live. Hi. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? How you doing? Oh, gotta turn my microphone up here. Sorry, I forgot, but I played some music last night, so we gotta bump it, bump it, bump it, bump it. There we go. It's 12:30 on a Sunday. That's 5/11/25. That's a May 11, 2025. It is 75 degrees outside. I got 2 hours of sun. Feels pretty good. Got some time with my family. Got some more time with my family this evening. Gonna have some dinner, do some drinking. It's gonna be an amazing day. It's kind of a holiday, sort of. I mean, if you were raised by a single mother like me, if you were raised by a single mother like me, you know that today is a holiday. Today is kind of a more important holiday than some other holidays. And shout out to all the mothers of this world. Thank you for giving us all life. We might treat you like shit like I did, but that doesn't mean we don't love you. And so there we go. We're going to deactivate and fire up. Oh, no. Deactivate. Oh, no. Big face. Activate. There we go. And let us fire up some games. We have FFXI, Eve, and let's do some Mortal. I think Mortal will be good. Yes, we'll play some Mortal. I think that'll be good. Give me some Mortal. Mortal. Give me some Mortal. Give me some FFXI. Where'd you go? Play. Give me some Eve. Yeah, let's go live. It's a beautiful day. I was watching some videos. We're just going to keep on what we were watching. Oh yeah, Doom the Dark Age is coming. I forgot about that. Play you. You know, shouldn't there be like a Steam thing or a control tab or shift tab, something? Yeah, this thing. In the library. Only one game, huh? Okay. Well, so, Eve. Ooh, what else are you going to give me? Nice, more boosters. I got a lot of free skill points this month from them. Wrath of Tyrannos. Collector limited time gifts. Close. Fucking each other's moms. I'm a mother lover, you're a mother lover. We should fuck each other's mothers, fucking each other's moms. You're doing it wrong. If doing it is wrong, I don't want to be right.
My name is Jay Dobbins. I'm a retired undercover federal agent.
You're really intense. You did a lot of meth in your lifetime like me. I can read it. I can see it. Oh, shit. What the fuck happened here? Why do I have, like, weird stuff? Oh, I didn't die? I didn't die. Did I not die yesterday? I didn't die yesterday. I guess I didn't die, huh? Yeah, I didn't die. I don't know how I managed that. I didn't die. I lost a horse, but I didn't die. I died. Well, I died. I died to mobs, but not players. And I lost a wolf, I think. Yeah, I lost like a wolf.
What you're looking for. Dear, welcome back anytime.
Yeah, sell that thing too. It's worthless. Yeah, nah, this thing, I don't really value that thing.
Nice talking to you.
I don't know why he's using it. Fucking each other's moms. Armor with lore to 37. We're gonna break this down. Break down. Okay, put this away. No, I don't want that away. Put that away. Let's go look at the dailies on the thing. I need to do some more sorting. And I need a horse. White Cavallo Phenol. You need to forage Phenol. I've never gone to go get Phenol, so we'll go get Phenol. You already have a foraging task for Gammon. We did gammon one time, and it really wasn't that hard. It took a while. Perhaps I will ride out today and go do gammon, and then come back and do the daily of whatever the other one is, too. I'll do 2 of them in a row. Bandit is the daily task, so we're going to abandon the current daily task, and current bandit task, and take this daily bandit because it pays way, way more. This is kind of what we were hoping for. Good. Wow, that bear is fucking big. Tefra PD, huh? That's MH Gang, the Minotaur Slayer. Tefra PD. Hunting is Belbis. Kill 10 Belbis. You know, it pays so much that, yeah, why not, like, kill some Belbis, I guess. We look to keep an eye out for Belbis and just kill 10 of them. Fuck it. Belbis aren't that hard to kill. So, yeah, it appears that we'll go get a horse, I guess. Maybe I have some dial. Bear bags. Maybe I should start pulling out all these bags. Bear bags. One of these things is saddles. Saddle bags. Saddle bags. Razorback bags. Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter, but let's go get whatever animal I have. There's a wolf for 1660. Oh, yeah, pick up items. Oh, look, people bought stuff for me. Why do I have this many Wyzent bags? But somebody did buy one. Oh, God. What was that? Full leather Wyzent bags. I'm just gonna throw them away. So I guess I'll go take out an animal and ride to do this gammon quest. Oh, good. I have a horse. Butthole. Looking for dial. I don't think I have any, but let's feed him grass. I'll just take a gold and or like 2 gold, and then I'll buy dials so I don't have to worry about it. And I don't need a saddle because I'm not killing anything, so Hopefully they're way less likely to fuck with me. Beautiful trees. It's a little too bright. Like the global illumination, I think is a little too... I think I want this game on Epic since it's on GeForce Now. But the brightness is a little... What's that sound? What is that sound? I don't know. I wanna. Oh, it's a deer. It's a deer. Ugh! Get off this tree. No matter what I do, I end up on the road again. It's so annoying. It's like the road goes directly where I'm going. I don't want to be on the road. See? Right back to the road again. It's weird. I like how the trees conceal everything. See, right back to the road again. I don't really understand that. How am I seeing this road? I'm riding one direction, and it's like the road is constantly there. It's like, see? More road. And it seems weird. It's like, why? How is that possible? I just rode in a direct line. Intersect, 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 intersect. It was weird. Now I have no idea where I'm at. Thank God for the turn-in symbol. I like these foraging quests. They're good clade, and they help you teach. They help teach you the world.
Autopilot engaged.
What do I do? I go to this and I list more stuff on this character, and we move our way backwards.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Alright, how's our sales status? These Holly... What was that sound? Oh, it's my horse? Yeah, it's my horse. Go, go. Okay, we are sort of like halfway to Gammon.
Approaching Stargate.
Those mushrooms, are they something? They are. But they're hard to target. Huh. I like how naturalist it feels when you keep the music off and you kind of just like be in the game. It feels good. I like the sandbox nature of it. Linen cuffs, holly clogs. We'll just vendor those. Linen cuffs, holly clogs.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Linen cuffs. Grain seeds. Treant bulb. Cape. Cuffs. Oh no, the ginger cookies will sell. Silver beast coins, dark clusters will sell. Those all stack in the box.
Approaching Stargate.
Bloodstone. Kodachis. No, we'll do 8,000. 8801. 8701. 8701. Holly Clogs, 2,400. Willow Wand, 5K. This Nomad's Mantle, I should probably keep it because I know I'll need it again, but I'd rather just sell it because I can just go buy another one or whatever. The Hippogriff Tail Feathers, I should just vendor those. I probably won't get anything. Well, I don't know. I might stack those more, but no, I think actually the Hippogriff Feathers, they're probably the best vendored, really. Hippogriff Tail Feathers don't even vendor. Worthless. So I'm just going to drop them. See, I'm really trying to control... Yeah, that Crab Apron, it's worthless. I mean, yeah, I can get it later if I need to. Oh, yeah, I'm like out in the wild, right? But I'm like so far out in the wild, the likelihood of anybody finding me is like almost zero, I'd say. That'd have to be ESP. I'm on a road again somehow. I don't really understand that. But okay. Looks a lot better when the crappy UI is off. Oh, yeah, I gotta charge my phone or it's gonna fucking die. Okay, how's this? Very good. Oh, did we die? Yeah, no, we didn't die, but we came very close to it.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
2,500 more meters. But I don't mind the ride. It's fun.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Oh no, what's this? Oh no! Oh no 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 no. What's this? Whoa. Whoa. Hello? What was this? It's a wolf. Uh-huh. Okay, you want me to run to the store for you? Absolutely, no problem. I got you. I need like 5 minutes, but I'm gonna go. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll be there. All right. Love you. Bye. Got to go to the store. It was a wolf. I was like, oh, and I wish I had killed him. Convolucii or whatever. Convolvicii. Convolvulacii. Convolvulacii. Alright, we're gonna get up on this horse. We're in the middle of fucking nowhere. I want better disguising. I want to quit this game. My mother, on Mother's Day, has asked me to go to the store, and I'm going to go to the store. Thank God the wolf didn't get me. Oh, no. What was it? What was that? What hurt my horse? Whoa. Whoa, whoa, bandits or something. Go, 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 go. See, I can't even fucking log without pop aggro and motherfucking Link. It's so stupid. God damn, I don't want to get further away from my target. Just keep going. Oh. Ugh. At least I'm out in open land. I want to go to, like, that copse of trees. Go up inside of somebody's house so the stupid-ass aggro doesn't get to me. Like, let's see if there's an open door somewhere. There's so many open doors. Just, yep, open door. Right here. Mid-Hail Heaven. Let's go in here. Ooh, cooking vendor. Do you actually do business?
Let me show you.
Wow, you do. Nice.
Fine.
Oh, that's good. Huh? I didn't know.
Welcome
Well,
back anytime.
good. This place feels a lot safer to me than out there. We're going to quit game here. It's not safe. That's okay. We're logging out. Set. Add waypoint. So I have to do a Mother's Day favor to my for my mother. And so I'm going to stop this stream and run down the street to the grocery store and come back, and I will be back in half an hour or something. It takes like half an hour to go down the street for the grocery store, but that's okay. And yeah, maybe I'll get like lunch or something, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure that I actually safe log. 650, huh? Okay, dark clusters and all this other stuff. I guess I've got everything I can on the market, really. We're gonna dump all of this in the box so we know what we're working with. 50 seconds. Eco Windy, if anyone needs. Did we get out? Yes, we did. Okay, I'm going to pause this recording. There, I'm paused. I forgot to unpause this video, but hey, we're going forward here. Let's go play some Oblivion. This was fun, but the pacing of it's kind of slow, and I want to go do some battles, so we'll go play some Oblivion here. So this was fun. Fun Mortal. Yeah, got a lot done towards my my daily with that gathering, and got a bunch of bandit kills and stuff, and I've only lost what, 2 spears, and yeah, like 2 spears, which is fine. I made like something like 75 gold. I'm good, doing real good. Playing the game, you know, it's hard to play this game every day, but each time I play it, it gets a little bit more addictive and more immersive to me. So let's go to Oblivion Remaster. Oh, it's 3:30. Yep, Oblivion Remaster time. I forgot to unpause the video, but that's okay. I had an embarrassing death there and I missed it, but that's okay.
I infiltrated the Hells Angels. This is how crime works. And with all the hatred from me in that gang and from their supporters, they can take some satisfaction of that. They ran right over the top of me. All that battle damage, all those things happened, the failed prosecution, all that blood, sweat, and tears, they ran right over the top of me and kept going.
Yep.
I was just a speed bump.
Yep.
I was part of the Hells Angels investigation, which we named Operation Black Biscuit, from 2001 to 2003. I answered to a case agent. We were both ATF agents. My false persona, I went by the name of Jay Davis. The gang members knew me as Jaybird, and I portrayed myself to be a gun runner, a debt collector. The Hells Angels don't have to actively recruit members. They want people that bring them value. I had spent some time as an associate of the Hells Angel, so getting to know them, getting to let them get familiar with me, and I was invited to the clubhouse. And the invitation, it wasn't so much an invitation as it was an order. They believed that I was doing debt collections and that I was running guns within their territory. So I was told that if I intended to keep doing that business, I had to come to their clubhouse and meet their members and basically have them sanction me to continue. I showed up at the Mesa Clubhouse and was greeted in the street by 4 or 5 Hells Angels. Some had guns, some had baseball bats. In Arizona, you can open carry firearms. And so I had guns that were exposed on me. Some of the members who were basically working as security told me, you can't bring your guns inside our clubhouse. That's not allowed. And I told them, I'm not taking my guns off. And I don't take them off for anybody, including the Hells Angels. You have people that you feel like you need to defend yourself against, so do I. If I allowed them to start dictating everything to me, it was never gonna end. And at that point, one of the shot callers from the Hells Angels came out and put his arm over my shoulder and he said, look, I make the rules and you can come in with your guns on. So right off the bat, from that very first critical interaction, like I felt like I was winning. The Hells Angels call themselves a club, the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club. There's charters, and within the charter, the chapter, the group, there's a president, a vice president, a warlord, which is in charge of weapons and retaliations and defense. When I was associated with the Mesa Hells Angels, which is where I started, their president was Bad Bob Johnston. And he was a very well-respected, feared, longtime Hells Angel. If I could gain his trust, that his trust would be projected to other members and would open doors for me. In the biker gang, you start off very slowly. The first step is that you're an associate, which is you're just someone who's spending some time in the presence of the gang members. Once you build a relationship, the gang will ask you to hang around. Then after you prospect, ultimately, hopefully, you're doing that to become a full patch member. From the date of your prospecting, from when it starts, there's a minimum mandatory of 365 days. And that's to some extent how they insulate themselves, because they know that a cop can't keep pace with them and can't keep up with them for that long of time. To be a full patched Hells Angel, it is everything to those members. The patches that they wear and the formatting of their vests, which are also called cuts, is very important in this hierarchy. I was a hang-around for the Skull Valley, Arizona charter of the Hells Angels. So I had a black cut that had nothing but Skull Valley on the front. When you become a prospect, you get your bottom rocker, the bottom curved patch. So when I was prospecting, I got an Arizona bottom rocker. When you become a member, then you get your top rocker, the designator Hells Angels or whatever the gang is, and your center patch, which the Hells Angels is the death head. To get full membership, you have to be voted on by the members of your charter, and you have to receive a 100% vote. If one member of that charter votes against you, your prospecting phase continues. There's another rule in the land of prospects, is that it takes as long as it takes.
Autopilot jumping.
Yeah.
Territory is very important to the biker gangs. The territory you control influences how much money you can make within that territory. They're constantly trying to acquire territories of competitive gangs. The rivalry that I became most aware of or closest to was the Hells Angels rivalry with the Mongols motorcycle gang. The Mongols were a California-based biker gang. I was at the 2002 Laughlin River Run, which was a major biker run in Laughlin, Nevada. The Mongols' home base was Harrah's Casino, which was a short drive up the main Laughlin Drag, Casino Drive, to where the Hells Angels home base was, which was the Flamingo Hotel. Some Hells Angels went down to Harrah's and started poking the tiger and got surrounded, and it was on. And it was every man for himself. I stepped outside of the Flamingo, and police cruisers and police motorcycles and cars and police helicopters were all screaming down Casino Drive, and I was with another agent, and I turned to him and I said, well, I guess we know where the Hells Angels went, because the police response was massive. The Harrah's Casino riot, the Morongo Casino riot, the Twin Peaks shooting in Texas. Those biker clashes are taking place all the time. We typically don't see it or hear about it until it takes place in a public venue where civilians, where just common man citizens are involved in it. There were fights that I was present for, that I knew the rules.
Autopilot jumping.
I didn't want to blow my cover, but at the same time, I didn't want to watch some innocent civilian get beat down. I would find the target of the beating and throw some legitimate punches on them. Like I wasn't faking throwing
Active.
good, hard, solid punches on the victim of this rat packing. But in essence, what I was doing was protecting that victim's head. I wasn't going to kill anybody punching them in the head, but they would have gotten killed if they take a steel-toed boot in the forehead. I got a call from a Skull Valley charter officer. Get to the clubhouse right now and bring all your hardware, which meant bring your guns. I was told the Banditos are coming to Las Vegas. Las Vegas is our territory, and they have not requested a hall pass. We expect you to shoot them before they get the kickstands down on their motorcycle. And here's the kicker. We're going to be watching you from a distance. If you don't shoot them, we are going to shoot you. I was able to get in touch with the case agent, Joe Slatella, and tell him what my orders were. Joe Slatella found this pack of Banditos, pulled them to the side of the road, and stopped them. So I showed up at the target location with the Hells Angels watching me, but the Banditos never showed up. In the eyes of the Hells Angels, all they knew is we sent Jaybird to Las Vegas to kill Banditos, and dang it, he was there, ready to handle his business. I allowed the Hells Angels to see me in criminal situations in order to hopefully avoid some of those mud checks that I knew were coming.
Autopilot
In
jumping.
biker land, a mud check is a test to see if you're gonna your pants when you're confronted with a treacherous situation. So they would accurately see me
Moving to start.
in a narcotics transaction.
Drive
I would either
active.
receive or give narcotics, and either receive or give money in exchange, all while being witnessed by a Hells Angels like enforcer, bodyguard. What they didn't realize is that the person that I was in the transaction with was another law enforcement officer who was playing the role of a drug dealer. The local police departments, the local officers, they weren't in on the scheme. I got stopped by the cops all the time. I got beaten up by the cops. I was never as good of a motorcycle rider as the Hells Angels were. They could perform tricks and do all kinds of crazy stunts that I couldn't do. And riding in a pack of Hells Angels, it takes an enormous amount of focus. You have to trust the person riding next to you because they're so close. Like, one person makes a mistake in that conga line of motorcycles and everybody's going down. I was told, when you meet a Hells Angel and you got your sunglasses on, you better lift your sunglasses up and look that person in the eye. That member wants to see your eyes. I was told if I had riding gloves on, you better take your riding glove off when you shake hands with a Hells Angel. Never touch a Hells Angels patch. Never slap them on the back. I made those mistakes and was reprimanded for it, was smacked for it on occasion. With regards to women, there's a hierarchy that takes place within the gang. There's old ladies who are the wives or girlfriends of members, and they're off limits. You better not get caught trying to mess around with a member's wife or girlfriend, because there's a violent price to pay. But there's also women who, they move from member to member to member. Members can leave the gang of their own free will in good standing. Like, in essence, they can retire. And when they retire, they're considered out good. They still have to relinquish all their Hells Angels property. But if you're out bad, they will come and take back their cut, their vest. They will take back your motorcycle. That's their property in their eyes. And they'll take back that tattoo. I was a part and a piece of the process of those reclamations of Hells Angels property. Like, basically almost like the police doing a search warrant, breaking into a guy's house and taking every single thing that said or looked like it belonged to the Hells Angels. The Hells Angels operate independently in their charters as far as how they make money and how they conduct their business. So there's charters that run a fairly clean business and that aren't involved in a lot of crime. There's others that are involved in narcotics trafficking, gun running, extortions, protection rackets. There's no payday or no salary to be drawn by being a member of the Hells Angels. There's no big universal bank account that issues paychecks. There was Hells Angels members that I ran across that were selling street drugs and putting those profits in their pocket and keeping at least the bulk of that profit for themselves. And then they have legitimate businesses that they can push money through. Just the swag and paraphernalia of the Hells Angels is a multi-million-dollar business. The Hells Angels hold toy runs, and they conduct blood drives, and they do community service. And that shouldn't be taken away from them. They make positive contributions to society with those things. Hells Angels parties could be as spontaneous as the drop of a hat. You could be at the clubhouse, and the next thing you know, music's blaring, and guests are arriving, and women are coming in, and the booze is flowing. They could be inside, outside. They happened at parks, campsites. There's a myth that every Hells Angel is a drug addict. There was Hells Angels that were fitness freaks that took care of themselves. Mm-hmm. They ate well. They got their rest. They didn't drink. They didn't smoke. So to decline those things wasn't necessarily a false alarm, a red flag against you. I have a tattoo of St. Michael on my arm. And St. Michael is the patron saint of law enforcement. It signifies good triumphing over evil. There was times when I got pressed where I would show my St. Michael tattoo and say, do you understand what this is? I got this when I graduated from rehab. The reason why I'm here, the reason why you are interacting with me is because I'm sober, because I have money in my pocket. all those things that are attractive to you. As the infiltration investigation that I was working on started winding down, we had 2 years under our belts,
Approaching station.
lots of money, like well over $1 million invested in this investigation. And I still had not received membership. I still hadn't gotten my full patch. I was a prospect. To be quite honest, selfishly, I was trying to accelerate the process. So I went back to one of those very early statements that was made to me. What happens if I cross paths with a Mongol? I was told, it's your responsibility to kill him. So I went to the Skull Valley Hells Angels leadership and I told them, I've got a line on a Mongol in Mexico. We found this Mongol. I dug a shallow grave in the desert, took some Polaroid pictures of the murder. What they didn't know is that it was the ultimate scam. The murdered Mongol was a member of our task force that we had dressed up, concealed his face in the pictures, and then we'd used blood and guts from the butcher shop to create a murder scene, a crime scene. They made me a member there of the Skull Valley Charter, gave me a cut to wear. Now, after the fact, they have denied a couple things. They denied that they believed it. Okay, I understand that. They denied that I ever became a member. Both sides of that explanation are actually true. I was made a member of the Skull Valley Charter. I was given a cut and told that I was a Hell's Angel and that I was a member of Skull Valley. But I was also told, because I was within the 1-year prospect probation period, that an international vote would have to be taken to accelerate my membership, which never took place. Our case ended before the Hells Angels took that vote. So they're correct in that too. I've never tried to hedge that. I've never tried to dance around that or deny that.
Moving to Starbase. Warp drive active.
So the operation concluded for a couple reasons. We had a vast amount of evidence against our suspects, physical evidence, thousands of hours of tape-recorded conversation, criminal conversations. In the end, we indicted 55 Hells Angels and associates, and 16 of those were indicted on racketeering charges, RICO charges. Some charges were dismissed, some charges were reduced. In that discovery open source process, the Hells Angels learned that the person they thought to be Jay Davis, the debt collector, the gun runner, the contract killer, Jaybird, was actually
Jaybird
Jay
is
Dobbs,
such a stupid
an
name.
ATF agent. And the threats against me and my family started stacking up. The Hells Angels held murder contracts on me. They were farmed to the Aryan Brotherhood. They were farmed to the MS-13 through the prison system. So all these people had their fingers on a murder contract for me. My family was in jeopardy. And in the summer of 2008, my house was burned to the ground. In the process of this Hells Angels case, I abandoned and betrayed my family. I made this investigation my priority. My wife and my kids weren't. I was trying to be a great undercover agent, and in the process, I betrayed my own family. That's one of the things, is that in this
Don't ever be a
undercover
pig.
role, I built real human relationships. Not every second was spent in the middle of some criminal activity or doing something violent or treacherous or illegal. I spent time with members riding, casually riding, not violently or threatening riding, shooting pool, hanging out. Members slept at my house. I slept at members' house. There's human relationships that are built, and you can never undercover out the human factor. There's people you like, there's people you don't like. It's no different than any other aspect of society.
Oh, I forgot to go get Mana.
I wrote a book. It's titled No Angel, my harrowing undercover journey to the inner circle of the Hells Angels. Then after I did that, and after I followed ATF's instructions to defend myself, they ultimately sued me for the book. I coached high school football at the end of my career and into my retirement, which I got a lot of satisfaction from. Like that service before self, trying to influence the lives of young men and teach them some football along the way.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
It was good.
This is Justin DiLoretto, aka Mooch. I was a chapter president of the Mongols Motorcycle Club and a member of the Vagos Motorcycle Club. This is how crime works. Motorcycle clubs are pretty adamant to not be called gangs. We all came together for the love of motorcycles. The downside is the motorcycle clubs keep shooting each other. We're going to keep getting labeled as gangs and be on, watch lists. And the Mongols have a saying that's respect few, fear none. They don't have a lot of respect for the other clubs, and they don't fear anybody.
Approaching Stargate.
The Mongols started in East Los Angeles, Montebello. The original members decided on the name Mongols because of Genghis Khan and the Mongol horde that expanded across the world. And so that was kind of the goal of the Mongols Motorcycle Club, was they were a horde that were just nomadic, adventuring, and taking over the country. Not only did I have to get voted in by the chapter, but I had to do an interview with members of Mother Chapter and had to get voted in by them too. And the Mother Chapter is the original founding chapter of the club. When I first started the Mongols in Oregon, there was 6 members, and so we were pretty small, but I was elected the president. I started a lot of new chapters. Every chapter in Oregon, I essentially helped start. Most of Washington, once you became a full patch member of the Mongols, you were given that 1%er diamond. The 1%er diamond designated that we were one of the major clubs in the country. We were bigger than those other clubs. Initially, the 1%er definition was the 1% of the motorcycle clubs that didn't abide by the rules of the American Motorcycle Association. It's changed over the years, and it's more of those old school dominant clubs that have that designation now. On the front of their vest, it would say Mongols, then below it would say the state you're in, the chapter you're in, and at the top, black and white bars were called officer bars. It meant you were an officer within that chapter. I think the Mongols are very militant, and a lot of that comes from not only Vietnam veterans, but as eras progressed, they had veterans from all of the wars. So a lot of ex-soldiers joined the Mongols, and then you also get a lot of members from street gangs. So they come from structured, rule-based environments as well. And so they maintain a very high structure and a very militant structure. A lot of that's for safety and security, but it's also a presence so that, it makes it so that other clubs don't want to mess with you because they can tell that you're ready for it at any time. By the time I joined the Mongols, they were heavily in war with the Hells Angels and the Mexican Mafia. And so the risks that came with that were pretty high. And so, there was the excitement of being a member, but also kind of the fear and anxiety that came with that. The Hells Angels have been the rivals of the Mongols pretty much from day one, and there's been times of peace, but never cordial coexistence. As the Mongols started getting bigger in California, they were showing up to the same places as the Hells Angels. The Hells Angels were the dominant, well-respected clubs. There was a lot of ego involved. And the Mongols used to wear a bottom rocker that said SoCal for Southern California, where the Hells Angels were the only club in the state that had one that said California. So the Mongols decided they were going to wear a California bottom rocker, and they've pretty much been fighting over that since. Ruben Doc Cavazos was the national president of the Mongols up until early 2008. And then he was arrested in that big Black Rand indictment. And then during that indictment, he ended up becoming an informant and turning against the club. And then he went into witness protection after he got out of prison. Doc had instigated and organized a lot of the criminal activity, and then when he was facing time for it, he decided to tell on everyone else that was doing it, which were primarily doing it for him or through him. One of the things that Doc Cavazos was charged with was telling the club to go to war. When we would run into rival clubs, it was to the point where it was no longer fistfights, and someone would generally pull out a gun or a knife, and there would be shooting pretty quickly. So it happened more common, I'd like to admit. Generally, we try and have that stuff pretty planned out. Often the membership was there to protect the president, so even if you might have thrown the first punch, you're generally getting pulled out or people are protecting you. But there's always the guys that stand in the background that stay armed in case anyone else pulls out any weapons, so it's pretty structured in that regard. But I would say primarily my biggest thing was that I was always the one trying to calm things down or cool things out, stop them from escalating. A lot of the times, the clubs, we would try and speak with the other clubs. A lot of we did sit-downs with the Hells Angels or the Outlaws, and we were trying to just keep each other's members apart. So I think all the clubs are working to try and not let that happen, but it does, and even though they might not tell you it's in order, it's expected, obviously. So you don't want to be that member that ran into a Hells Angel and didn't do something. There's a lot of stuff in the news where, Hells Angels are shot off their bikes or shot at the gas station, road trips. It's pretty common to hear about people getting shot off motorcycles in California. Having peace with the Hells Angels at this point would be difficult. Too many members were killed on both sides of the fence. There's a lot of hostilities and anger, and I think still a lot of ego, where one club thinks they're bigger or better than the other. My brother Rambo that was killed was stabbed at a taco shop by a Hells Angel, and then little PK from Barry was out riding his bike and wasn't seen from again until he was found in the mountains with a bullet in his head. Then so it was, things like that were more common than like big group fights or public fights. The Mongols have bylaws and a constitution, so the chapter sometimes has their individual rules and then the national rules, which is the constitution. So like everyone had to be at the weekly meetings and everyone had to pay their chapter dues. There was a national rule that no one could sell drugs within the club. So in my region, you weren't allowed to use methamphetamines. You couldn't ever do something that would put a member in jeopardy of getting arrested or in trouble. And that all came to a head in 2008 when Dr. Vassos was initially kicked out of the club with bad standings for stealing from the club. The membership of his cabinet were the ones in charge of the money, in charge of the books. And we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, he stole a lot of money from the club being a club member. There was some members that were actually selling drugs, and then a lot of it came down to the murders and the shootings with rival clubs and gangs. Then it became a racketeering charge. A lot of their rules were established in the 50s and 60s, and they have rules that no women are allowed to be members. You have to be 21-year-old male to be a member, and most of the time you cannot be African American. You couldn't sleep with a member's old lady or wife. I generally don't use the term old lady. It's a pretty old term, and as a social worker, I don't like using it. I know within the Mongols, if you were a wife or a permanent girlfriend, they would wear a patch that said property other than the member's name. And I know, public perception of that would be that they're the club's property, but the reality of that just means when we're at parties, they know that girl's here with somebody and don't talk to her or don't hit on her or, make sure she's safe and protected. Once I came into leadership, I had a rule for all the regions that I oversaw that every member had to at least work out 3 days a week. Now, whether that was lifting weights, doing martial arts, everyone had to train and be proficient in something. To stay active for one reason, to spend positive time with each other was another reason, but also to stay skilled and ready.
Some chapters have been involved in larger organized crime like extortion and methamphetamine trafficking. What's your opinion about that?
Most of that happened prior to 2008. We had that rule that we weren't allowed to deal drugs and everyone had to have a full-time job. And so there were still probably some individuals that were doing it, but no full chapters were doing it, and it wasn't being done on a club level. When I was younger, I started out in the punk rock scene. From there, I got into the anti-racist skinhead scene, which was essentially was a gang. It didn't exist for any monetary value. It was more based off violence and keeping the neo-Nazi skinheads out of our scene in our area.
Yeah.
And I think since
we weren't violent, but we really hated
already that the motorcycle clubs attracted us. I started out with a small club called the Outsiders
Nazi punks,
in Portland,
fuck
Oregon,
off.
in about 2004, and I was only a prospect for a few months before I moved to Nevada. That was just expected. After I got off work, I would go down and clean the clubhouse, stock it with beer. That first process is called the hang-around status. And you're generally expected to hang around for about a year. And that means showing up to events, getting to know the members, going to barbecues, just spending time with each other. After that year, you would be asked if you'd be interested in prospecting. And the goal of that really is to understand the protocols and rules of the club. Depending on what club you're in, it's anywhere from 6 months to a year, sometimes longer. And then from there, you become a full patch member. And that's when you start to have like a vote in church and chapter meetings, which we call church and stuff like that. In the early years, they used to do a thing called the Prospect Olympics or Prospect Games, where they'd have to do a bunch of like crazy stuff, drink a bunch of alcohol and sing a song, climb a tree and cluck like a rooster, like silly things, right? In my generation, I changed a lot of that, and my goal was that prospecting should be to learn the protocol of the club, to really learn if this is the right fit for you, understand how the club goes. I moved to Carson City, Nevada in about 2005, and shortly after there, I joined the Vagos. I was a probationary member without prospecting. And the same thing, when I joined the Mongols, I started the first chapter of the Mongols in Oregon. And so I was a probationary member and didn't have to prospect. a few months after joining, I got Mongols tattooed really big across the back of my head
Booking
with a
permission
skull with the
requested.
kind of Mongol logo. I have Respect For You, Fear None tattooed on my head. I have a lot of other club tattoos, but when I retired from the club, I chose to cover them up. I didn't want to represent something that I was no longer in.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
One of the biggest things in being in Oregon is trying to get the out-of-state chapters to come visit, and so we would want to throw the bigger and better parties. They started being like one party would have some strippers at it, so then the next chapter would want to make sure they had more at theirs, or people were drinking or going harder. And one of our bigger parties every year is Palm Springs, which the whole Hilton would be all Mongols, and it would just be like a 3-day pool party, like it looked like an MTV spring break. So it would get pretty wild. It was a party, and I'm sure people were using recreational drugs, but nothing would be done out in the open. But, the biggest part of the parties were we were getting to see the guys from the other chapters or other states, and we were getting to catch up with, old friends. So, it was just a lot of dudes into motorcycles sitting around talking about bikes and catching up for the most part.
Let's do business.
Are you asked, why is law enforcement after the Mongols? Yeah, I would say generally it's because of the high-profile activities. If there's shootouts, public shootouts, or someone's getting murdered, that makes the news, and I think that's a big part of it. There was some federal informants within the Mongols that introduced some federal agents into the Mongols. So there was 4 undercover ATF agents within the Mongols. So initially it was a couple informants who brought in more, and then those are the ones that brought in the ATF agents. But there was dozens of informants in the club during that era under Doc. Operation Black Rain was some undercover agents from the ATF had patched in and joined the Mongols, made full patch member. And for several years they were within the club, witnessing crimes, also instigating crimes. It concluded in 2008. Those were the big raids. Members had been arrested across the country. I had just joined the club in 2007. I hadn't a lot of interaction with those federal agents. However, all the Oregon Mongols were raided, federally raided by the ATF, but nobody was arrested, so it was search warrants. I had some informants in my chapter that I was not aware of. I was very new and naive to club life, and I only thought in scheme of undercover cops. And there was some guys in the chapter that we had a no meth rule, and they were doing meth, and I had taken them to rehab and was trying to clean them up. And the whole time they were getting paid to try and inform on our chapter. Now, we weren't doing anything illegal, so we never got in trouble for any of it. But during Black Rain, it came out that these guys were active undercover informants. They would ask members to provide security during a drug deal, and it was an ATF undercover agent selling fake drugs to an ATF DEA undercover agent, and they were getting charged with facilitation of carrying a firearm in a drug deal or providing security during drug deals, but they weren't real drug deals. One of the undercover agents, he had asked me to do security for one of those drug deals, but I immediately told him no and went and told leadership that thought the dude might be a cop, because a random member that I barely know came up and was asking me to do some pretty highly illegal stuff. It was a pretty big red flag. I believe many undercover agents want to glorify their time in club and make it sound more dangerous than it is. I've seen firsthand that many of times they enjoyed the partying, the riding motorcycles, and taking advantage of the brotherhood and having friends, and they got the benefits of it, but they wanted it to sound dangerous. In 2008, there was a newspaper article that came out about the Mongols being established in Oregon and how the local clubs weren't going to let us be there, and essentially was saying that there was this big biker war coming. So at the time, things were pretty tense. The other motorcycle clubs in Oregon had tried to attack us before. There was a lot of warnings we were getting from law enforcement. A carload of some members from another club were pulled over with guns and ammunition. They said they were looking for us. So we were all on pretty high alert. And the day that article came out, an all-black SUV was driving up my private property. My first thought wasn't necessarily it was anything bad, but when they started running from me, I obviously started thinking, well, maybe I should follow these guys and see where they're going. And they went to this other club's clubhouse and parked out front. And it was a club that we were having issues with. So when they got back on the interstate, they were going back towards my house. So I decided I'm going to follow them again. And so I was radioed ahead and called some other members of the club. And we were all in cars, not on motorcycles. So at one point, we've been following for about an hour. And we started to almost box them in. We put a car in front of them, I was behind them, and a car next to them. It started in Turner, Oregon, and then it stopped and ended about 60 miles south in Eugene. I pulled into a parking lot, and the SUV pulled in facing me, but they wouldn't get out of the car. They didn't want me to see who they were, essentially. And shortly thereafter, I looked in my mirror, and there was about 20 cops surrounding me with guns out, and I was drawn out and handcuffed. And it turned out that it was an ATF agent and the Eugene police detective. And for following them, I ended up being charged with attempted kidnapping and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. I was held on a $14 million bail. It ended up being $1 million once I did a bail reduction, which didn't matter right at that point. And I fought that case for about 90 days in the Lane County Jail, and I was found not guilty eventually. But what I did get found guilty of was the reckless driving for chasing them. And so I ended up getting put on 5 years of felony gang probation, even though it was a misdemeanor charge. And part of that was I wasn't allowed to associate with the Mongols or my twin brother. And I still stayed very active in the Mongols, and I kept associating and staying in Mongols. So I went back to jail numerous times for the violation of that part of my probation, so the probation violation. Club life's still pretty active in prison, but it's an active member that got arrested for something, and then the clubs kind of stick together once they're in prison. So all the bikers and bike clubs usually hang out together in prison or stick together, but there's not a lot of recruiting going on within the prisons. The Mongols and pagans have had a very tight relationship for a very long time, and the pagans have helped the Mongols expand on the East Coast in like 2007, 2008. And another kind of dynamic that outlaw relationship is the outlaws and pagans don't get along, and so as the Mongols got closer and more relationships with the pagans, it deteriorated relationships with the outlaws. The main issue with the outlaws came when I started a chapter in Illinois. When I moved to Illinois, I told them I had no interest in starting chapters there, because I didn't. But things happened, more people became interested. I started chapters in their areas, and they thought I was their friend, and it looked like I had gone behind their back. Tug was a member of the Outlaws and out of Illinois. So when I moved there, that was the first relationship I established, and we got very close. And at one point, the Outlaws had thrown him out of the club, and he was wanting to join the Mongols. And we were still very close with the Outlaws at the time, and we had an agreement that we wouldn't take any of their ex-members. And so I told Tug he couldn't join, but the pagans were recruiting at the time, and they were taking ex-members of the Outlaws. And so Tug ended up joining the pagans, and he was murdered. And apparently some outlaws had said, yeah, we're going to get Mooch next, or they had said something like that to an informant. And so when the times that law enforcement was notified, they had a duty to warn and protect, so they had to tell me about it. Blaine's a tougher one. Blaine, his nickname was Scoops. He was a young kid that when I first moved to Illinois was contacting me a lot, wanting to join the club. And, I put it off. I put it off for a long time. I didn't think it was for him. He seemed like a good kid. He had a lot going for him, and he was really young. He was in his early 20s. And he came to this event called the Boogie to meet me, spend the weekend with me, and I ended up getting to know him really well, and I really liked the kid. He did jiu-jitsu, he was ex-military, we had a lot in common. And in order to get into the Boogie, you had to wear this wristband. You had to put this wristband on to get in, and because he was so happy that that's where we met, he wore that. He never took it off after that. So he ended up joining our support club, the Raiders. He did a really good job up there. He became the president, and he ended up patching over and joining the Mongols. And there's a club there called the Galloping Goose that kept saying the Mongols weren't going to be there. They weren't going to let us there. The first time they said that, I took about 200 Mongols to a biker event there in town and showed up to show them that we could be there anytime. And things kind of fizzled out. We had some meetings. They said they were going to be hands off. And then at a bike night, they showed up and they shot and killed him. I was out to dinner with the chapter when his dad called me, because he was a member of the club as well. And he had said Blaine had been shot, and they didn't know anything more than that. So I called my wife, told her to pack me a bag, and I started heading towards Lake of the Ozarks. And his dad went down to the scene to see what was going on, and there was a body under a tarp, but his arm was hanging out, and that was that wristband that he'd been wearing. So that's how we were notified that it was him. He was the only one that was killed. His uncle was shot, and then 2 members of the other club were shot as well. Law enforcement's pretty heavy when something like that happens, and it was very public, and they knew who did it, and they got arrested right away. And then just recently they were charged with racketeering and murder and aid of racketeering. I left the club in 2022. Little Dave, the national president at the time, had recently been removed from office. Him and his wife were going through some relationship issues, and she had recorded a call where it kind of sounded like he had a relationship with an ATF agent, and she had sent it to other members, and they used it to make it look like he potentially could have been an informant, and they used that to throw him out of the club and so that other people could take his place. There was a lot of internal power struggling going on to who was going to replace him. They started changing some of the rules or some of the protocols that I had in place. I started feeling like I was being targeted because of the fact that there was a lot of out-of-state representatives that were suggesting maybe I run for national president. So there was a lot of politics involved.
I one-shot him.
Everyone knew I was loyal to Dave. So I wasn't feeling supported by the club anymore. And at the same time, Tug had just got killed, Scoops had just got killed, or Blaine. The Outlaws relationship was failing, and it got to the point where I wasn't really believing it anymore, so I didn't want to be half in. So I initially chose to retire, and then my status later got changed out bad. The status of out in bad standings initially back in the day was if you broke one of those major rules, you stole somebody's money or a member's money, or you pulled on someone. Not only were there no contact, but generally you wouldn't be working around the group and you likely could get beat up. Nowadays that it's used as more political stance, it's just more of a no contact order. So active members are no longer allowed to talk to anyone that's out in bad standing. There's a lot of people that have sent down the road, so to speak, or kicked out of the club for various reasons, and it's never something that's enjoyable because a lot of times it's somebody that you brought in or you shared experiences with, and it's sad to see them go. I mean, obviously I wish I could change how things happened with Blaine and
Soul
Tug.
Trap Battle
two close
Axe.
friends had gotten killed within a very short amount of time. At the same time, there was a contract on my life, and things were getting pretty serious. And then the biggest part was just knowing that being in leadership, that your actions could have dire consequences on other people, and I had this feeling in my stomach when I brought him into the club that he shouldn't be in the club. He had too much going for him, and so there's a lot of guilt there that really forced me to take a look at things. Mondays with Mooch is where I just kind of tell my story or interview people that have overlaps with my story, and then I wrote a book. The book is called The Ride of My Life. Most of the stories within my book are time period specific, so I go into detail what club life was like for me, and then how I got out and what I'm doing now.
And that should have been enough. It's not even as if I was going to keep it forever. Once she helped me
The Mongols, they just started expanding across the country around 2006 or 2007, so they're still new in a lot of states relatively. So they generally aren't the dominant club in a lot of areas. They might be the bigger club nationally, but they're not bigger in that area. When I joined the Mongols, there were already some chapters in other countries, Italy and Germany, I think Canada. When I was still a Vargo, I had established a relationship with a club in Australia called the Finks. They were one of the largest and oldest clubs in Australia. And at one point, they were deemed an organized crime syndicate. They weren't allowed to wear their patches. And so they decided that they wanted to potentially join another club so they wouldn't have to face any of those rules or those laws in Australia. They reached out to me and I helped them join the Mongols. And so from there, a lot of those guys traveled a lot to like Thailand and Bali and Indonesia. And so they started opening chapters there too. The biggest thing that I thought was different about the Mongols and what attracted me the most was their focus on brotherhood. Coming from the Vagos, where there was a lot of infighting, the leadership in the Mongols would stop things like that. So the goal was that everyone got along with each other, and whether you were a member from Oregon or California, we were all treated the same. And the uniformity of the Mongols was a big part too, where they have a dress code, a certain look, and whether the members from Florida, Indiana, or California, they should look the same, and they're all running the same program. So it's a very structured organization. There was no financial benefit for being in the club. In fact, it costs a lot of money. But being on the road, going to the runs, staying in the hotels, paying your chapter dues, that all cost money. So to make money, everyone had to have some sort of visible means of income or full-time job. There was paramedics, firefighters, I'm a social worker, there's a lot of laborers. There's monthly dues within the club, and then there's national dues that go up to the leadership. Most of my chapters were around $50 a month. Funds that are used for hotel rooms on trips or for having a party, that's what pays for the alcohol or the entertainment or those types of things. The way the Mongols are structured is each chapter typically has somewhere from 6 to 12 members. Some are larger with up to 20 members. And then each specific chapter has an officer group, secretary, treasurer, a sergeant at arms. His job is to enforce the rules and the bylaws of the chapter, and then the chapter president. In each either state or region, depending on how large the club is, there's one member that's called a regional rep or a state rep who oversees that area. And then almost everything within the Mongols is voted on by the membership. So the president, he can make some decisions if he needed to, but it's generally the decision of the club as a whole. And under Doc, that was when they were primarily recruiting guys from street gangs, and I think they were bringing old habits with them. A lot of the members had come from that lifestyle or come from those gangs, and so there was more personal beefs or personal issues that the club butted heads with street gangs over more than it was any sort of monetary value or stepping on toes for territory.
Hi, I'm a producer on How Crime Works. If you enjoyed this video, then please subscribe and comment below with more ideas of topics you'd like us to cover in this series.
Approaching Stargate.
So it turns out that I've become borderline unintelligible.
Oh, yes,
So in the interest of being direct, I'm going to say my thesis in the first paragraph, you know, like a coward. Thesis. Is Microsoft plotting to betray Todd Almighty? Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Candy Crush, Halo, Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Guitar Hero, Minecraft, the game that you just lost, bitch. Microsoft owns all of the most popular franchises from my generation. Like, these games were phenomenons. Yeah, sure, like Uncharted and God of War, like they're real games and they were real popular back then, but let me tell ya, Call of Duty was God. You will kneel before its altar, and you will drink of the waters of dew, and you will be...
I don't actually like this guy.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Humans are living in a state of total illusion. Everything they think they're doing is just in their minds. It's not real. If they want to experience reality, well, then they have to escape the Matrix. And to do that, they must take the red pill. Now, only then can they see the world the way it really is.
After this, there is no turning back.
Let's talk about college. In 1990, the average cost of a four-year bachelor's degree at a private university was $9,000, and 80% of students graduated with no student debt and a well-paying job that allowed them to buy a home and raise a family without having to make a damn OnlyFans or a Patreon page that hosts exclusive content for $5 a month. Today, the cost of that same four-year degree is $62 grand, 7 times more expensive, and the average student leaves college unemployed with 40 grand in student loan debt, only to be stuck mixing margaritas and making latte art in Bushwick, wishing to God they'd went to trade school for HVAC installation. Still, enrollment numbers haven't dropped really, and the youth appears to still be playing the damn game, forking over wads of cash to four-year private universities like Brown, Chapman, Harvard, Princeton, Yale, Loyola University, New Orleans campus. But let's keep it real, yo. These schools are telling us bullshit. What if I told you you didn't have to do that? You can learn just as much and even more with a proper Red Pill education at Red Pill University. According to their website, the Red Pill University is a coalition of individuals and organizations that share a common problem, which is that peaceful, law-abiding citizens are experiencing ever-increasing control over their lives by governments and corporations. The Red Pill University was founded by Edward Griffin, an American author and filmmaker that some people call a conspiracy theorist.
Hi, I'm Ed Griffin, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to Red Pill Expo, which is a project of Red Pill University.
So as you can see, we're in front of Holiday Inn right now. But it's not just a regular weekend at Holiday Inn. Inside right now is the Red Pill University Benefactor Private Meeting, where all the benefactors who pay over $500 a month to Red Pill University are here to discuss all things Red Pill. So we're gonna go inside, see if we can see what's going on, and maybe, hopefully, gain some knowledge. We decided to start off in the conference room where Dr. Lee Merritt, who's from a small town where chickens are illegal, was giving a presentation on how the ruling class is controlling citizens using nefarious tactics.
You're either being blackmailed, you're being extorted, or you're going to be murdered. One of the things that woke me up to the fact that this is a global conspiracy to murder us, at the very top are the controllers. One thing they never tell you, that the people in charge worship Moloch, the old religion, sacrifice children, and promote cannibalism. And I don't know about you, but I just don't go to dinner parties like this. So who benefits? And I'm just throwing this out there. They're keeping their bloodline very, very tightly controlled so they don't lose these powers. I mean, I'm not saying they're not human beings for sure, but I'm just saying something's wrong here. The reason that you don't know his name is they hide in the shadows. When children are used up, they're parted out for organ parts. They're forced to do this at some point. If you take the money and the fame, you're bought into this.
Yeah, nothing to see here. I'm sure that's what you guys do on the weekend also. Mock killings, and kissing skulls, and
openly satanic. Red, black, anger, fear, lies, deception, propaganda.
And so, yeah, there was a CIA project the last 6 years against me, but I take that as an honor. Stop following orders. Resistance is victory. Now here's Regina Griffin again.
I'm not going to change my message. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Gee, Edward Griffin.
Unvaccinated lives do matter. And I used to be a spinal and orthopedic surgeon, and now I'm a professional medical rebel.
If you'd like to see our complete documentary on Red Pill University, head to our Patreon at www.patreon.com/channel5. I'll put the link in the description and the pinned comment of this video. As many of y'all know, we are totally independent and almost entirely crowdfunded. So if you guys want to get an early, uncensored look and help support us, head on over. Thanks so much.
Channel 5 Live Worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Fuck
Channel
the authority.
55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
On March 24th, 2025, Schedule 1 was released on Steam. No marketing, no warning, just...
Ding.
Have you heard of this new indie game from a one-man dev team that's gotten crazy popular lately?
We're back at it again with another video, Schedule 1.
I didn't expect to find this same sense of cozy escapism in a game about manufacturing and selling drugs in a grimy city, but with Schedule 1, that's exactly what I got.
Schedule 1 is a game about friendship. It's about making connections. It's about starting from the bottom and working your way up. It's a game about drugs.
When I first wrote this episode, Schedule 1 was one of the most played games on Steam, with over 200,000 concurrent players. But even after a month, Schedule 1 is still one of the highest selling games on Steam. It was released in the same week as the greatly anticipated Assassin's Creed Shadows, and it not only outperformed it, but destroyed it. How did this happen? How did a game with an estimated $400 million budget get outshot in sales, attention, and overall enjoyment by a drug dealing game made by one single developer? Schedule 1 is essentially a drug dealing simulator. Set in the fictional town of Highland Point, its core gameplay loop contains growing, packaging, and selling drugs for a profit. As you increase your output, you grow your customer base, to the point where the entire town is addicted to your products. You also start from selling cannabis to moving on to more hardcore drugs in order to make a larger profit. And your main goal in the entire game is to become the kingpin of Highland Point, having everyone and everything in your control. When reading that aloud, it sounds like the game is pretty serious. But what makes this game so inviting is that even with a subject as heavy as drugs, it doesn't take itself seriously at all.
This game takes the basic idea that goes all the way back to Drug Wars, the game we all had on our TI-86 calculators back in the day, and it combines it with a crafting game and Grand Theft Auto. Kind of a first-person GTA Chinatown Wars, only you're not just selling drugs, you're also manufacturing them. Everything's a little exaggerated owing to the cartoonish characters, and while the graphics aren't going to blow everyone away, they're honestly more consistent and solid than you often get with these one-man indie games.
But this carefree style shouldn't discredit how seriously this game commits to the bit. A fun detail in the game is that certain drugs will create different visual effects on the customers, like making someone glow, getting them electrocuted, or even removing one of their eyes to make them look like a cyclops. And the drug dealing process is only one facet of the game. It has a police system, pickpocketing, cars, skateboards, money laundering. It has the full package.
Even repetitive tasks like harvesting reefer and packaging it into little jars for distribution are oddly enjoyable. Watering crops, mixing ingredients, and breaking a freshly baked tray of crystal all feel really satisfying and lulled me into a contented, meditative state that almost made me forget I was committing numerous felonies.
And when you combine a fun and addictive gameplay loop, pun intended, and mix it with incredible attention to detail in everything that surrounds it, the game is bound to gain some attention. But it's more than that. Beyond the pure fun that this game brings, the most impressive aspect about this game has nothing to do with the game itself, but the making of it, because the entirety of this game was made by one single developer.
Games made by one guy, beating teams of 1,000 developers, tens of thousands if we're going to count Ubisoft in this conversation.
The game's biggest strength when it comes to the virality that it has achieved is that right now, indie game developers are providing players with the best experience in the entire gaming industry. First of all, indie games are games developed independently of major publishers, meaning the indie game creators retain complete control over their projects. This means that although indie developers want their game to sell well to earn a living, because there isn't any pressure to make a giant return on investment, their greatest motivation is their passion for making games.
Indie developers can afford to be more player-friendly because they don't have these investors hanging over their heads and these massive budgets.
And this is the first aspect in which indie games are doing right by gamers. Why players connect with this dynamic so much is that it adds a level of authenticity and personal touch to the playing experience. If a certain detail doesn't look the best, many other developers at bigger studios might have the attitude of good enough. But an indie developer who is passionate about what they're creating, they have the attitude of it needs to be better. And when a game is made from pure passion and has that attitude towards the game they make, players can always feel it through the game's quality. Indie games also often rely on limited resources, but make up for it with bold ideas, innovative gameplay, and a willingness to take risks that bigger studios might shy away from. This allows new releases to stay fresh, and they are able to push the boundaries of what is possible in games.
But like I said, AAA gaming has been in decline for some time. Meanwhile, indie games have become a spawning pool for creativity and imagination.
This constant movement and reinvention in indie games is what gamers love the most. Although sequels to successful games can also be very enjoyable, gamers will always yearn for new experiences. When an indie game can take a pre-existing genre and add a completely new twist on it, players will instantly be drawn to it. And on top of this personal, ever-evolving touch, indie games are just cheaper than their big-budget competitors. In recent years, the average price of AAA games has skyrocketed, whereas indie game prices have relatively remained the same. And in the middle of a cost of living crisis, no gamer wants to be spending more than $100 on a single game. So when an indie game is more personal, more innovative, and is 80% cheaper than other games in their space, then it's no wonder why indie games are filling up players' Steam libraries. Okay, although the case for their success is strong, by no means are they perfect. I mean, what makes Schedule 1 such a surprise is that it is so well made right off the bat. Indie developers are aware of how difficult it is to make an enjoyable game. So instead of banking their success on a first release, a common practice is to first release the game in early access.
And why is a roguelite indie game about escaping hell over and over sounds simple, but play just so perfect? It's not because these indie developers are the most talented or have oodles of cash on hand. It's because they did one thing and one thing only. Followed the fun. That game about escaping hell over and over is the breakout phenomenon Hades. And I can't think of a game or a game studio
I don't like Hades
than them on following the fun. Why? Because Supergiant Games spent 2 years with Hades in early access, making sure every detail of the game was what the community wanted. Hades creative director Greg Kasavin said this about its 2-year early access. With Hades, we identified that we wanted to make an early access game first and foremost, to see what we could build in partnership with our community.
Although Schedule 1 feels so complete, their first release in March was also early access. This gives developers a period to gain feedback from their audience. From that feedback, they can then fix bugs, add some features, and pretty much do anything that is required to improve the player experience. When a developer is making every decision with the mindset of, can I make it better for the player, the result will always be the best game possible. And that kind of bookends the biggest reason why indie games are winning right
I can do
now.
the spell
All these
other now.
decisions that go
Very
into
good.
the game's development and release are all made to serve one party, the most important party, the player.
Us gamers really only want one thing: to play a fun game alone or with our buddies. And indie studios really understand this concept because they're gamers too. Indie studios these days are reminiscent of Tomohiro or the original Bungie team. Solo or small team developers who are focused on building something they or their community actually want to play.
The game design, the mechanics, the lore, even the price point of all indie games share the common goal of making the player experience better. That is why indie games are doing so well in the gaming industry right now. But that's not the full story. To be fair, indie games have always had this approach, so that's not the main reason why they are blowing up right now. This explosion of indie success is less to do with the indies themselves, but more of their big budget competitors. AAA games. A AAA game simply refers to games that cost the most to develop and market, likening them to blockbusters of the gaming industry. Some popular AAA games include Red Dead Redemption 2, Cyberpunk 2077, and Zelda, which all had budgets of $100 million or more. In fact, if your game costs more than $100 million in 2025, chances are it's going to be a flop. So even with $100 million worth of resources to make the best game possible, how can AAA games continue to underperform? Firstly, a common approach taken by AAA studios is the open world design. Since the open world mechanic first gained popularity, every AAA studio has attempted their own open world game to get in on the action. And for a time, this was successful, but with each new release, open worlds needed to improve on the previous. AAA studios interpreted improvement as being bigger. So with each new release, the virtual world the player inhabits got bigger and bigger and bigger, to a point where now open worlds are bigger than ever.
And on the flip side of that, if we were to now look at
Oh, he looks cool. Look at him.
that have come out over this time span, you'll see that a lot of them are fairly shallow. They have an open world that you can explore, but why explore something with no depth? But in the example of AC Valhalla, where it's a 70+ hour-long game, the open world actually does need to start being good. The story can't hold it up for 70 hours of the player's time. And even that wasn't that good in Valhalla. So because of the issue of shallowness, you end up with games like Valhalla that end up leaving a bad taste in your mouth for loads of these sorts of games. You're feeling as if you're being dragged through the game, and that playing them is nothing more than a chore.
If a player enters a virtual world that doesn't feel alive and lived in, then they will struggle to immerse themselves completely. Every location they visit will feel like a copy and paste of the previous, which is a feeling that is also present in their overall creative direction. Take a look at this graph. It shows the top AAA games of 2024. Now, you might notice a pattern. Of these top AAA games, many of them are either sequels or additions to pre-existing IP. Franchises like Madden, Call of Duty, and NBA 2K are all notorious for releasing a new game every year that is just a carbon copy of the previous.
Gamers are tired of playing the same thing. We are tired of the formulaic nature of Ubisoft and most other AAA games.
Releasing the game every year but with a slightly noticeable difference is not conducive to a rewarding player experience. And it's important that I mention that this does work financially. In fact, the financial side of AAA games is exactly why they continue to reuse the copy and paste model. Because AAA studios' idea of a successful game is completely different to that of indie games.
Why force your devs to work on the 100th Assassin's Creed when they want to work on something new and exciting? The answer? Stability and money. This may be obvious to everyone, but milking an IP over and over again is the easiest way to make money as an entertainment company.
With each game released being more expensive than the last, it's important that AAA games take every opportunity to make the most money possible to provide a profit for the studio's investors. So this means that every decision made when it comes to the making of the game, whether it be the design, mechanics, or IP, their goal is to make the most money possible. The biggest reason why this way of thinking is disliked by players is because it is all at the expense of the player experience. When the world is bigger and blander than ever, that isn't always good for the player. When the content of a new game is almost identical to the previous, that isn't always best for the player. And when a player purchases a game for $100 and then is asked to pay another $30 to access everything the game has, that isn't always best for the player. The biggest reason for the AAA studio's underperformance in recent years is not necessarily to do with the IP, game design, or cost. It is that what the player perceives as important in a game and what AAA studios perceive as important are not aligned. Players want the best game possible, whereas AAA studios want the best return possible. The question now following Schedule 1 stardom is if it will cause any change within the gaming industry. Well, for AAA studios to change their approach in any regard, the change has to create a monetary gain that they aren't currently capitalizing on. That has been a big reason for why they have been so stagnant in this period of dissatisfaction from gamers. Although the perceived quality of each release is decreasing, AAA titles are making more money than ever before. So the only way a change happens is if it makes the big studios more money. As for indie games, they will most likely continue to be the beacon for reinvention and creativity.
For every bad AAA game released, 10 great indie games are released simultaneously. I mean, why is the Untitled Goose Game the best stealth game I've ever played?
Hey! I'll just take this.
That is what makes indie games so special. A game like Schedule 1 that challenges industry norms can rise above all the manicured AAA titles and take the top spot on a global scale. Indie games are and will continue to act as trailblazers. And if indie games continue to surpass their AAA competitors more consistently, then it might force AAA studios to pay attention. If AAA really is to change, then the path they take needs to be laid by indie games that achieve global success. One of the biggest examples of this is Minecraft. It's easy to forget that Minecraft was originally an indie game. Although now under the Microsoft umbrella, Minecraft was originally developed by a small team at Mojang Studios. It was first released in 2010 in alpha, an early access period, and it eventually grew more and more. Fan communities for the game grew to the point where they were able to host a convention to celebrate the launch of the full game in late 2011. And like it is today, this was a once-in-a-blue-moon event where an independent release takes over the online world. Minecraft achieved this by doing the same thing as indie games do today. While most AAA games at the time were self-contained win-lose archetypes, Minecraft turned that format on its head. The game had no story, no instructions, just a near infinite open world sandbox and the player's imagination. Becoming the most successful game of all time, it broke the mold for what players could enjoy in a game. So the key takeaway from Schedule 1's success is that it perfectly illustrates the power that the player holds within the gaming industry. The passion and enthusiasm for a quality gaming experience is what drives progress within the gaming industry. Without the player, the industry ceases to exist. If AAA titles are losing their quality, players will be there to let studios know. And when an indie game provides one of the most fun playing experiences in recent years, gamers will always be there to push it further into the limelight.
I've got a challenge for you. Go into any gaming discussion forum and post the following sentence: the Epic Game Store is better than Steam. Then, see how long it takes before your inbox becomes flooded with hate mail and threats of violence. In today's crowded market of PC gaming, competition is fierce. Ubisoft, EA, Blizzard, Epic Games.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
This is T Grizzly, one of the biggest rappers around the world, with millions of monthly listeners and songs with artists like J. Cole and Lil Yachty. But behind the music, he runs one of the most questionable pay-to-win GTA servers out there, pulling in millions of dollars a year straight out the pockets of his own fans.
To turn it to down to 50 a week, that shit crazy, you feel me? So
for $100, you can buy your way into his server, but once you're inside, you realize it's designed to make you spend even more. Black market guns, fast cars, cars, trading with other players. Everything cost T Grizzly's made-up currency known as black diamonds. And that gave me an idea. If T Grizzly's server was built to take from players, maybe it was time someone gave it all back. Someone who knew how to make millions of real-life dollars in the game, and what better way to do it than right in front of the man himself. Wait, this is T Grizzly, this is him.
Hey, you robbing somebody up at my gas station today?
And see if we could get him to post it to his very own YouTube channel. But before I do that, I need to become the newest member of Grizzly World RP for the low price of $100 US. Alright, so this is their store page. They've got queue priority going up to $400 US. Gang whitelist for $400. A gang chain for $300. And this is their diamonds, I think. This is what you spend on like in-game stuff. So $1 is equivalent to 1 diamond on the server. Interesting. And this is what we need. Server access for $100 US. Who the would buy this? I don't know if this is monthly, I hope not. I can type. Server access, boys! We got it, baby! So, all that was next was to join into the server and then... Oh... What the f... Turns out when you do what I do, you get put on some special FBI Grand Theft Auto ban list and they can ban you across different servers. No surprise, despite not even getting a chance to play on the server, the Grizzly World support team of course told me I wasn't getting an unban and I wasn't getting a refund, which I'm pretty sure is just illegal because I didn't even remotely get the product I paid for. Hey Grizzly, please give me my refund, man. I know you can afford it. I just want my $100 back, man. So I went to the Grand Theft Auto version of the dark web and found some dealer offering me a way to get around this ban. So I did the smart thing and I did it. And then I ignored this message on my PC, installed the Chinese spyware, threw another $100 at T Grizzly's millionaire net worth, and then it somehow did actually work and I was unbanned. Wait. Holy shit, I'm unbanned. Dude, I don't know if I could afford trying this again, so I'm glad it worked this first time. Then I waited in the queue for literally 3 hours, only for it to just time me out when I was ready to enter. There's no way up to 2.5 hours of waiting. I'm about to get timed out. I think it was almost 3 hours, actually. Connection failed. Sick. So I decided to come on in early hours of the morning to check out the server. The server's at like a very small amount of players right now. So now is the perfect time to check it out where the black diamonds are. I had no idea where to look, but I thought this crown on the map might be a good place to start. This is the gift shop present. Never mind, this is not the right shop. I don't know what it is, but we're gonna get a little monster. Holy shit, dude. I got a monster on my back. Never mind, T Grizzly. This server's sick. Needless to say, it wasn't. After driving around the city aimlessly, looking for where you could spend your black diamonds, I decided the best route to just be to ask someone who actually played on the server. Hey, you know where I can get some black diamonds from?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, you gotta get that from the black web in your Discord.
Oh yeah, where do I spend them though? Where do I spend them?
I'm about to show you. Take a right, go straight, take a left, take a right, take a left at this light, take a right at this light, slow down, slow down.
You know there's like a GPS, right?
Make a left, go straight.
Oh, this is it.
This is this one. Yeah, go in that circle.
Holy shit, you can buy anything from this store.
I've never been in there before, bro. This is my first time.
Just for like the rich people or something.
It's good, but if you could, can you buy me a gun too?
Everything from pistols and assault rifles for 25 to 50 diamonds. Bullets, bikes, body bags, and even get out of jail free cards for 400 diamonds. I even went to their diamonds car dealership where it was the exact same thing. You could buy the best cars in the game for 200, 300 diamonds. How much money does this cost? $350. What? Oh my god, wait, that's 250 diamonds. Wow, it's $250 a car on this server. And if we remember, 1 diamond is the equivalent of $1. And to top it off, when you get these diamonds from their store, people can literally rob them from you. I looked at their Discord and there's countless people just losing their mind about spending hundreds of dollars only to be robbed of it minutes later. So you're not only paying to win, but you can lose it all just paying countering the wrong person.
Hey, I gotta pay to get in because it's an opportunity. It's gonna create an opportunity for you.
And T Grizzly doesn't exactly see a problem with this. In fact, he thinks he's getting players.
You can just, well, yeah, but the diamonds aren't worth anything to anybody except T Grizzly. Once the money goes to him, The diamonds mean something to the players on the server, so because they can buy stuff with it. But it doesn't ever mean money to the. I don't think he lets them cash the black diamonds back out for cash. No. So what does it matter? It doesn't matter if you get robbed.
Opportunity.
You got robbed the second that you bought the diamonds. They were just sent immediately. Now you've just bought credit on a server. If you can't see it the right way, I don't know. Okay, so now what? We do some mithril ingots, bid others, beast made. We're gonna do some mithril ingots, mithril beast coins, 7K. Oops, 7K. 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 I was going to keep buying those things, but I don't want to get logged out here. So I don't know. It's not telling me where to go, and it sucks. I need some... yes, the Breville...
Well met. What's new with you? I ran across a couple of mud crabs not long ago. Annoying creatures.
Disgusting creatures. I hope never to see another.
Hello. So long.
Goodbye.
Oh, I haven't totally spoken to her about him, is what they're saying? Okay. Yeah, do you have something else to say about him?
I'm afraid I have. I'll need you to have a little chat with.
Okay, where is Varen? Oh, Mage's stuff.
It's Jake.
Oh, here we go.
Varen, if you want, you have. Make sure Varen hands over that staff.
Okay, I didn't realize. Okay, so where is that? You're saying it's in there? Breville recommendation.
How are you? Fantastic.
Breville. Okay, I get it now.
Do pay the $100 up to $400 a month. You know what I'm saying? To come in there, they turn around and start making 20 a month.
Yeah, an opportunity to spend hundreds of dollars, get robbed, and then spend even more if you want to stay in the fucking game. And I promise you, I can count on two hands how many people are making 20K.
Does it cost you diamonds an hour just to be online? Because that's like that's where I would draw the line. But I mean, beyond that, I view it as just RP credit, and yeah, you can get robbed if you're bad. Like, I would never withdraw the money and take it out into the world. I mean, why would you do that? You just go out in the world and get the money, right? I mean, I don't know.
A month of streaming on his server. You'd have the exact same opportunity streaming SpongeBob SquarePants roleplay on Gary's mod. So next up was getting my hands on some black diamonds or find out how much cash they were worth. But this is when I realized that doing absolutely anything on an e-gangster server is literally next to impossible. Is anyone selling diamonds by any chance?
Hey, here, put your hands again. Come here, bring your stupid ass over here. What you got in your bag?
Oh, I got nothing, man. Please don't rob me. That's all my money, though. Can you give me some money back, please?
No.
I'm just asking. I'm not trying to be
Bro, I
rude.
said no, dude. No.
Alright.
Kill him. Why you
Get
kill
off
him?
my face trying to talk about some money, though.
You just robbed him. Why would you kill him? You know that's a rule.
That's not to say that everyone in the server was terrible, and we did eventually get our hands on a diamond.
Hey, what bro robbed you for again?
Yeah, it was pretty f***ed up, wasn't it?
I mean, I was just leaving out the store and I seen a pipe on you.
Trying to get an assault rifle from the diamond shop, but I need one more diamond.
You need one?
Oh man, I promise you this will come back around if I see you again. What's the going rate for diamonds to cash?
20K a diamond.
Is there much of a point in cash? Because I feel like all the good stuff is just diamonds.
Yeah, you need diamonds for all of that. Yeah, for if you want to
Gotta do it in a gun store gun.
So the only real way is to...
It's weird, they all sound like they're from inner city Chicago, and they want to play, like, the same gang stuff on a game that they do in real life or whatever. It's weird.
Spend money.
Yeah, you gotta do.
I had a friend named D who was up in the 2-year rehab place for people facing charges and stuff. And he was from Ethiopia, and he was a good friend, but he had issues. And you know, it was a mental health facility, inpatient mental health facility, and he was into drill music and all this stuff, and he loved Grand Theft Auto, and he was like, why don't you play Grand Theft Auto? I'm like, cause it's boring. And he was like, it's not boring. And I was like, yes it is. Yes it is. And he's right, it's not boring. It's just another online game that's got its own culture. And he sounds like when these people talk.
And so the plan was simple. Step 1, go to a secluded location around the map. Step 2, dupe a shit ton of cash using one of the easiest dupe methods I've ever used. Step 3, give it away to loads of people on the server so that the value of diamonds becomes worthless. And finally, step 4, give money out right in front of T Grizzly's very eyes while he's recording, and hope that our top secret mission becomes cemented on T Grizzly's channel forever. Yeah, look at this spot. Got a nice view of the city. Little water park here. Alright, so we drop our money with the commands from the last video. Time ourselves out. Rejoin. And now the money is both in our inventory and on the floor. God, we're gonna make so much money with this. I wonder if I can get the rights to a T Grizzly song for this duping. That'd be fucking gold. Now they did say no, but I think I cooked up something
He's
even
just
better
duping.
anyway.
At this point, I don't want to hear it, and I want to unsub to him. Unsub. I can't believe you got 58k with this. Goodbye. I mean, I get why he's duping and it's fine, but I also don't want to know.
Hello there.
Thank you, Lonnie's Landsap, like and sub to your channel.
Like, why you on my Twitter? Why you on my Facebook? Why you on my Tumblr? Why you DMing me? Sis, why you tagging me photos? You don't even fuck with me. Like, no. Let me know. Yes, it is.
Kill me, get your ass in here. Come on, girl.
I'm like, bitch, that's my cookie. That's my juice, okay? Carry on. Thank you, next. That's what this baby picture says.
It's a gorgeous day to be a baddie out here and live in your urban. And that started with a bottom that we here in a look at this, y'all. This is crazy. No, because it's kind of giving Mona Lisa. It's kind of giving, woo!
I'm going to say that Lana is the most body tea. I'm going to say...
I love that one.
Yes. I'm going to say that Lexi is the most...
Who that? Mommy, who that?
What's going on?
You see this shit? You see this Home Alone 2 Lost in New York shit? It's aggressive.
And a lot of people have been saying I'm the GOAT. They don't mean greatest of all time, they mean that one from Narnia. I've seen a lot of kids running around dressed as me for Halloween too, and I just want to say, like, cut it out, because my culture is not a costume.
You are so corny.
Yo, the fiance was like, what? And I was like, later on. What up, dog? And, dog? Keeping it real.
You thinking way too deep into it.
I'm saying, but that's the powers that we be going through, man. It's real out here, you feel me?
Next, you see how boring they are?
Trigger warning. This video contains images of blackface, discussions of racial trauma, examples of cultural mockery and stereotyping, references to slurs, discussions of discrimination and systemic racism, mentions of police violence, and racial profiling. Viewer discretion is advised. I believe these topics are necessary to approach head on, but please take care of your mental health and step away if you need to. If you hit a wrong note, it's the next note you play that determines if it's good or bad. Miles Davis. While the famous trumpeter was clearly talking about music, this applies to everything, especially our discussion discussion today. The US continues to hit the wrong note when it comes to addressing its deeply shameful and racist past. Instead of addressing anything and changing its tune to move towards true understanding and accountability that would lead to real change, this country is stuck playing the same one-note, flat tune and hoping that we all just cover our ears. And unfortunately, some of us will, but I hope more of us won't. I remember being a kid and hearing about YouTube and immediately wanting to find out who the biggest creators were that everybody was talking about. The one name that kept popping up was Shane Dawson. I'll never forget the visceral shock I felt seeing him in full blackface, using slur after slur and racial stereotypes, and thinking, this must be a mistake. This can't be the #1 YouTuber that everybody is propping up as peak comedy. But there was no mistake. A little over a decade ago, it was still profitable and normal to do blackface on a large scale. And the craziest part is that Shane Dawson's cataclysmic cancellation had absolutely nothing to do with his racist actions. He was able to rebrand again and again, and his racism was never the biggest issue people had with him. It was merely an afterthought. Since then, him and creators like Jenna Marbles have given effective apologies that showed a clear understanding of the problem and the first steps toward accountability. Shane even said in his apology that he couldn't imagine being a black person and seeing hundreds of thousands of people praise a man for doing blackface.
Blackface was something that I did a lot. Like, I did it a lot on my channel. And there's no excuse for it. There's literally no excuse. I made a video 6 years ago talking about it, and I gave excuses, and I knew it was wrong, and I knew I never wanted to do it again, but I didn't do the work. I didn't actually look into the history of it and why it's so wrong, and why people were so upset. Because my excuse, I was just being funny. I love black people. I'm not racist. I was trying to be funny. Like, all of that is stupid and wrong, and I put that onto the internet as an adult, and that is insane. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to anybody that saw that and that also saw that people were lifting me up and were saying, you're so funny, Shane. Oh my God, you're so funny. Like, I can't even put myself in that head. I can't even imagine what it would be like to be black and to see this white fucking guy do blackface. And the whole internet at that time.
We can't
like,
either, dude.
That's
Why did you
insane.
do
I am
it?
so sorry. I don't know how to even fully apologize because it seems like something that is irredeemable, or I don't know the right word. It's something that I shouldn't even be able to get out of. I should lose everything for that. I don't have hate in my heart for anyone, but it doesn't make up for the fact that I make jokes about everyone. And I started seeing black people who I know, who I'm friends with, who I've known for a long time. I'm seeing them openly talking about on their Instagram or Twitter the years of anger they've had about racist jokes, about blackface, about, microaggressions, everything that they've gone through. And I felt like the biggest piece of shit in the entire world. I felt awful. And the biggest problem with me doing that and posting it on the internet was it made young people at the time who were watching me think it was okay. And that's the craziest part. It's like I had people tell me, well, I used to watch your videos when I was a kid, and yeah, I never saw anything wrong with that. And that is scary because it made me realize, oh my God, I have been a part of such a huge problem, and I have just been avoiding it. And that's wrong. So I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that I added to the normalization of blackface or the normalization of saying the N-word. That's another thing. I mean, and my justification at the time for that was, oh, it was, I was playing a character and it was in comedy and my black friend was there and, that makes it okay. No, it's not okay. And it's not a funny word, especially for a white person to say. Me as a white person wearing a wig and playing a character and doing stereotypes and then saying the N-word is something that I should have probably lost my career for at the time. And there's no amount of apologizing that can take it away and take away the impact it had and take away the amount of people that have been hurt by that or have felt like I was just, another white guy who can get away with everything. When I really looked into the history of blackface, I looked into it years ago, and it obviously disgusted me, made me sick, I felt awful. But even at that time, I still was being ignorant, and I was saying in my head, well, but I didn't do that. I was playing Wendy Williams, or I was playing a character. That justification, that is wrong. I mean, I've watched so many videos on the history of blackface and how it was created to make fun of black people, to make them feel less than. And the fact that I, in some way, was a part of that, like the fact that the word blackface now will forever be attached to me, that's the level at which I have been lately. Just feeling very awful about myself, about what I did, about the jokes I've made, about the videos I've made, and wanting to disassociate from that person.
I'm sure that there were black people at the time pointing out how disgusting and racist this was, feeling the same visceral shock that I did as a child. But these people probably went ignored, told, it's just comedy, it's dark and edgy. Is it really that bad if he has a black friend laughing alongside him? This is just how comedy evolves. So I have to ask, is it really going to take looking back in 5 to 10 years and seeing tearful apologies for the blatant appropriation of AAVE and black sense for y'all to think maybe black people are actually hurt by this behavior despite me being entertained by it? Maybe it's not worth it, and I should listen to them when they say it's not okay, instead of fighting tooth and nail for my right to offend them. Yeah, no, it was never going to be that simple. The question isn't whether we'll eventually recognize today's black sense as problematic. We will. The question is, how many more decades of harm will we allow before we decide to listen to Black voices the first time? Every few years when I hear about a new comedic influencer, I'm inevitably exposed to a new version of this appropriation of Blackness that is quirky or trendy. It was Shane Dawson with his Shanae character on YouTube, Shane and Heath's hood skits on Vine.
Thank you, eHarmony, for funding me my baby daddy who birthed me, my beautiful baby. Tyreek, my baby, bitch!
Enya and Drew and Friends, ghetto personas.
I'm trying to hit you, you coming at me, bitch.
You can hit me. I got more man in me than you got in you.
And now Alex Consani's Model of the Year worthy Black scent.
Okay, y'all, we're backstage at the VS with the TS. You know what, the look is good. Yes, transsexuals rise. All I'm gonna say is it's a Jersey remix summer.
Yet a lot of people want to comment that I'm exaggerating by saying AAVE and Black scents are just the next progression of this vicious cycle that doesn't affect y'all, but continues to harm people that look like me. In my video on white feminism and the white savior rebrand, I mentioned the evolution of blackface and minstrelsy into digital blackface today, and I got some strong but mixed reactions. A lot of people felt seen when I pointed out the normalization of the Black scent and how it's made brands for white influencers like Alex Consani, but there were also a lot of defenders of appropriation and people downplaying it and calling me extreme and disingenuous for making such a comparison. I think it's very telling how people in the US will vehemently deny this country's racist past and present while simultaneously remaining willfully uneducated on it. Rather than considering that they might not know everything, they assume anyone more educated on the subject might be lying or exaggerating. This instinctual anti-intellectualism isn't accidental. It's by design. What did Liam Neeson say in Atlanta?
Hold on. But then you learn that you shouldn't say shit like that? Alright.
She keeps playing movies, and I don't like that. I'm scared I'm going to get DMCA and I'm going to get off it.
You saw the title, so you know what's up. Statistics show that New York is the city with the best collection of chocolate chip cookies. Today we're gonna take a look at the best spots, learn from them, and build out the most perfect chocolate chip cookie that we can make at home. There are about 1,500 licensed bakeries selling the Triple C in the city, and we finalized the top 5 based on New York Times, Eaters Magazine, TikTok, Reddit, and the opinions of my sugar-addicted friends.
Ah, look at those cookies right now. That is, some would say, the best in New York City.
Before I get to the chocolate chip, I just want to mention that I also tried one of these corn cookies and they're freaking amazing. It's like biting into the corner piece of a moist cornbread, but every bite is a corner piece. The first one's very well known, the iconic culture espresso. I don't like going to Midtown, but this looks too good to pass on. This one's near the station and Bryant Park is too crowded. There's another one like a block away. You saw in the news segment before, this place is not only celebrated for its exceptional coffee, but also its cookie. Every employee won't stop telling you this, but it's named the best chocolate chip cookie in NYC by Delish. Known for its distinctive dome shape. By dome, they meant bulging in the center. By that logic, my blanket in the morning resembles the architecture of a medieval church. Depressed lady coming in hot with a warm cookie.
I love cookies like this. I wonder why you don't see them anymore. They don't make them fatty chocolate, like fatty chocolate cookie like this. And it's like, and it shouldn't be. I mean, I'm sure it's really expensive now, but it didn't used to be expensive to make a cookie like this.
Here, but it's just like my online dating profile is clearly not as tall in real life.
I guess I could look at like how to make gluten-free chocolate cookies, but I don't know what that would be. Carob or something, I don't know.
I'm not blah blah blah. Where'd you? That's enough. Was that supposed to be a compliment? That's. Where'd you get that? That's good. Don't be blah blah blah. You gotta. Where'd you get that? I don't. That's enough. Oh, that's great. I'll take every little that. See, was that hard? That's right. Hey, look, I can't just give it to you. I'll tell you what. That's a good deal. I'll just take the money from you.
Not a lot of my reaction.
I can't watch this because it's like, I can't eat it. I can't eat this. It doesn't matter. What I should look at is the best cheap gluten-free food. Like, just period. Why do I feel like I've seen this person before?
It can be really hard to get enough protein every single day.
Thank you,
especially
Laura
on a
Leg.
super
I've liked
small
this sub
budget.
to your channel.
And while doing some research on high protein recipes, I noticed a lot of them are loaded with fat, and that is just not the direction I wanted to go in. So I went back to the drawing board and created several recipes using just $25 in groceries, and they're high protein, lower in fat, lower in sugar, and most of them are naturally gluten-free. So this is gonna be really fun and super delicious. So let's head to the store and see what we can find. Here is my list. So hopefully we can find some good deals. First, we need eggs.
I think I want to get into online shopping.
Ooh, adult.
Yeah, I think I can do like Amazon Fresh or something. I don't know. Like I want to get into online shopping and just build like meal plans.
$4.92. What a deal! Yay! Let's just get 1 dozen. You gonna check them? Make sure they wiggle. Perfect. Okay. We need milk next. Do they have non-fat? I think we're gonna have to go with 1%. Okay, so 1% milk for $1.85. Yes. Next we need cottage cheese. I was hoping to find a low-fat cottage cheese, but I only see this one. 4% milk fat, $2.55
Hello?
for this one. That'll have to work. All right, so there's that. Okay, Greek yogurt.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm hungry. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do trash when I come up for dinner. Yeah, that sounds good. Did you need the garden trash? Okay. All right. All right, bye. Dinner in half an hour.
Next, $3.49 for non-fat. Trying to look for the lower fat options today. Okay, next we need some chickpeas, 87 cents. Let's see, here we go. And then
I'm going to have a beer. I'm going to have a beer with dinner. Let's have a beer. It's Sunday night. It's Mother's Day. Let's have a beer. Let's have a beer. Voodoo Ranger. Yeah. I'm about to finally unlock the Arcane University. Not that it really matters, but I mean, yeah. You need money to pay for Frostcrag, and I don't have the money to pay for Frostcrag. Not really. Well, I bought spells. Okay. Yeah, we're in the right place. Yeah.
this chickpea rotini for $2.69.
Chickpea rotini. That sounds good. Chickpea rotini.
And this one has 19 grams of protein for 1 cup, 20% iron. I love that.
Chickpea rotini.
And 11 grams of fiber, 12 ounces of chickpea rotini. This is great. I'm super excited.
Chickpea rotini. I don't know. It doesn't sound very good.
86 cents each.
Black
6
beans.
grams of protein for half a cup, 5 grams of fiber for half a cup too. So that's great.
black beans.
Normally I would get these dry beans because they're so much cheaper to make from scratch, but on a strict budget we're just going to get the cans. But these are 32 ounces for $2.85, so that's a really good deal. Plus the pinto beans too, $3.95, and this is 4 pounds. So I'm using taco seasoning from home, but they have these packs for 49 cents. So that would be a really good deal. I'm just going to make mine from scratch though to avoid all of the extra sodium here. So we're going to do less salt. I also have a low sodium version, or less sodium, I should say, 25% off. 25% less sodium, but that's still 220 milligrams. So we'll just make it ourselves. So I thought I might have these spinach wraps on sale today. Let's see if we can find them. I am going to try to make them myself.
So oh wow, so unlocking Arcane Universe, Arcane gave me Captivate, which is probably Charm Target, and that just turns them against like the enemy.
Time for you to see where the real power of the guild lies. Romanus Polus will want to speak with you.
Yay.
I don't know what
Okay, so good. So we're done finally with all the recommendations parts of that quest, which is good.
can turn to.
Wait, what? I think what now?
I don't suppose you could help me look. I miss him so. He's always getting himself in. I'm going to level with you. Penantier isn't missing, on the contrary. Great. Whatever suit, when you're ready to go in. Are you?
No, I want to speak of Romulus now. I don't want to do her quest, but it's good to know that she has one.
Oh, here we go. $1.89. Spinach herb. Let's see what's in it. How much protein? 6 grams of protein for 1 wrap, 200 calories. Let's see, this has wheat flour, so I'm going to try to make them without flour, but this would be a good option if we could have flour.
Spinach herb wraps. Yeah, that's something I've been on too. Yeah.
With how many? 6? Yeah. And then sun-dried tomatoes, the other one.
Dear.
5 grams protein and 3 grams of fiber. But $1.89 is a really good price. Let's just try to make them ourselves, though. Okay, so next we need spinach for $1.39. Find a good date. Okay, this one looks pretty good. And then I'll also get a cucumber for 65 cents. Let's get a nice large cucumber today.
Over encumbered.
Wonky though. I don't know about that. This one looks really good. Nice and firm. Okay, perfect. So 65 cents for the cucumber.
Over encumbered from what?
$1.39 for the spinach. Next we need bell peppers. $1.79. This is a 3-pack. I was hoping to get 4. 3 packs we'll have to do, I think. All right, I think we'll have to do is make sure they're fresh. Next,
I can't fit all that in my fridge.
I'm thinking
maybe.
6 bananas. This is 7. Let's see how much these weigh. Okay, it's a little bit, because these are huge. Okay, so that's better. A little over 2 pounds. So let's do that. It's 5 large bananas. Okay, so let's get 2 tomatoes. These are 88 cents a pound. Let's just get 2. Let's put it on the cart. We'll wash it really good when we get home. Let's say that's probably about 50 cents. Okay, so next we need to get 1 can of tuna. Only 87 cents for a can. That's such a good price. We just need 1. And there is 25 grams of protein in 1 can. And I think I'll use this for 2 of the meals. And let's see, 110 calories. Okay, so just 1 can, 87 cents. Okay, so next I need to get cheddar. Let's see, I wanted to look at the fat content. Okay, 9 grams of fat. I wonder if the sharp and extra sharp are different. No, the extra sharp has more flavor, and it's $3.79 for a pound. So that should work out.
She has better prices than we usually have.
Colby Jack. Okay. So
this is older though, I think.
So Let's just stick with the extra sharp cheddar for $3.79. Here. Okay, and the last thing is frozen peas. So half a cup of peas is 5 grams of protein and 5 grams of fiber. So that's awesome. And there are how many servings in here? 4 servings. And that's 99 cents for these. So I love that they have protein in them though. That's awesome. I think that should be it.
Garden
So
peas, black peas, spinach. I've been doing bananas, but frozen bananas. Eggs, they're usually too expensive, and I don't really like eggs. I consider it another form of meat that I don't really like.
Okay, our total today was $26.12.
$26.
Before we get started on the recipes, I want to mention that all of the information I'm sharing with you here is from an app called MyFitnessPal. I entered in all of the ingredients for all these recipes, and that is where I'm getting the numbers from for protein, fat, and calories. It's going to greatly depend on the types of ingredients that you decide to choose, so just keep that in mind. This is just a suggestion and just based on the things that I was able to find. I did a lot of research here to try to keep this a lower fat, low sugar, higher protein, which is around 20 to 40 grams per meal. And I'm hoping that you love these recipes, but again, make adjustments as needed to suit your particular tastes and your nutritional needs. This is just a suggestion, but I do have lots of other tips and tricks for getting more protein. So let's get started on all the recipes. One of the first things I want to do for myself is get my breakfast meal prep done. This will ensure my entire week is set up for success. So I'm going to go ahead and start making my cottage cheese spinach egg bake. This is so delicious, so full of flavor, and really nice and moist, and it freezes really well and reheats really well too. So hopefully you love this one as much as I do. So first I'm greasing an 8x8 casserole dish with butter, but you can use oil or a spray or just use a non-stick container. Whatever that you have on hand is fine. Then in a mixing bowl, I'm cracking 9 eggs, adding about half a cup of my 1% milk, but you can definitely use non-fat or whole fat milk, whatever you like or whatever you have on hand. And then 1 cup of cottage cheese. And again, here I'm using the full fat, the 4%. That's all I could find
with
for cottage
eggs
cheese.
and
but if
milk?
you can find the low fat, definitely use that. And I'm just going to give it a good whisk. And
No,
if you
no,
like,
not
you can
cottage
use a blender
cheese.
instead of whisking it. If you really don't like those cottage cheese curds, you can do that. Whatever works for you.
Oh.
Then I'm going to mix in
She's
4
making
ounces
quiche?
of cheddar cheese that I've
Oh.
shredded by hand, and 2 cups of fresh spinach and a little bit of salt
I'm
and
sure it's
pepper.
fine.
Give that a good mix until all of the spinach is completely covered in the egg mixture. This does take about a minute or so of mixing together, make sure that it's completely combined. And after that, I'm just going to pour it into the prepared baking dish and bake it in my preheated oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for about 40 to 50 minutes. Now, when I did bake this, I noticed that it took a little bit longer than I had anticipated. I thought it was only going to be about a 30-minute time. So it really does depend on what size casserole dish you're using. Just make sure that you're checking that the middle is set. You can use a toothpick to check and make sure it comes out mostly clean in the middle to make sure those eggs are completely cooked through and set. And after that, I just cut it into 6 pieces. You can do up to 8 pieces if you like. And I wrapped them up in a parchment after they cooled a little bit, chilled those, and then I froze them so I could have later on. When I entered all of the ingredients into MyFitnessPal, it turns out that this ends up being a lower calorie meal for breakfast. It's about 219 calories per serving if you're doing 6 servings, roughly 19 grams of protein per serving, and 14 grams of fat. So this serving by itself is not a lower fat meal, just to be clear. You can use lower fat cheeses though, like a low fat mozzarella perhaps, or a lower fat cottage cheese. Again, I was just using what I could find. So just make adjustments based on your nutritional needs and what you can find, what you have on hand, and just make it work for you. But I did pair this with a banana for breakfast to make sure that I got enough calories to give myself some energy, because 200 calories is just not enough for me personally in the morning, and I'll be reaching for a snack pretty quickly afterwards. So just keep that in mind. It's a light breakfast. Pair it with some fruit or veggies to go with it if you can, and really make it a well-rounded, complete breakfast. But you can see I just put it in a freezer bag and it was ready to go for the week. For my 7th breakfast this week, I just had a half a cup of cottage cheese with a little bit of blueberries on top, You can use any fruit or veggie that you have on hand or some honey to make this breakfast, but it's 11 grams of fat or so and only 86 calories. So pair it with a banana or whatever you have on hand to try to make it a complete breakfast. Next, I'm whipping up some homemade spinach cottage cheese wraps. Now, I saw this idea on a TikTok or a reel somewhere and I had to try it. I saw a lot of comments saying that it just did not work and it ended up being scrambled eggs. And through my testing, I did find the first recipe just wasn't quite right. So I made some adjustments and I got it to work just fine. I will say that practice does make perfect with this. I blended together half a cup of fresh spinach, a quarter cup of cottage cheese, 3 eggs, and 1/8 teaspoon.
Hello? Okay, I'm going to come up. I love it. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I've got Mother's Day dinner scheduled, so I'm going to stop the recording. I'm sorry, it's been a long fucking day, and I've walked for 2 hours, and now I just watered the garden and did Mother's Day stuff, and it's fun, and I'm finally here to have some beer and enjoy my day. I realize now that I got a beer out prematurely, and I'm just going to put it back where it can stay cold. Excuse me. Dinner was amazing. The salad she made was so good. It was so good. And we had like Swedish meatballs and stuff. It was so good. Rumnus Paulus.
You have no doubt seen some. What I hope you will now see is that while the guild can be disjointed and misused,
sure,
you do not yet the arcane universe. I heard the fighters. Before you can begin work for the guild, every mage carries a staff. The wood used for staves comes from a grove. Several mages tend to the grove and should be able to. Wellspring Cave lie. You have your task. You shall have a true mage's staff soon.
He won't like it if I do this, will he? Do you care? You don't care, do you? No. I think in the old game they cared.
You must be the Arcane University's newest addition. Stop! That's too bad. Okay, here's the...
Excuse me.
What is it, citizen?
The Bastion. Ooh, Wellspring Cave. Let's go from Valverin. I'm out of mana.
Showing your face was the last mistake you'll ever make. Show me.
The best you can do. What's the matter?
Why am I over encumbered? Oh my god. Fuck. There. You got knocked the fuck out, bitch. Yeah. How did that not put me over? I don't really understand. I don't know. I'm gonna, the archer, I can't really... No, we're gonna leave you on the ground. So I left you on the ground. You're not get to fight me melee. I'll fuck you up. Yeah, I'm full. Yeah, I'm full. I know I am. I took everything I had. Yep. Dump everything but this. Iron Kira. No. Wait, what happened? No! Your inventory. It's very full of dumb stuff. I need you to throw the dumb stuff away. Fortify willpower on self. I don't think so. So we're gonna go drop, 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 drop. I need probably this 70 cuirass, frankly, to drop. Yep. And then we'll go get this mana. Good. And then am I out of fire? No, I'm out of mithril. Okay.
Autopilot engaged.
Ooh, I kept out strength.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Ooh. Yeah, speed's better.
Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, let's go out and hunt some dark elementals now. I'm gonna go get Signet.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Hey you, will you help me fight goblins if I lure them out of this cave? I don't understand how much better this game is than Mortal. It's weird. Mortal should have this. Mortal should be like this by now. Minotaur. Wait. That really hurt him for some reason. I forget, but all these tough things, they all have enchantments, and if you take them off... Yeah, like, maybe I should just put Dispel Other on my bar. Because why not? Put Dispel Other on my bar. Yeah, put Dispel Other on my bar. I'm going to make it my offense spell. I'm going to take all of their debuffs off. It's probably so much more powerful. Ooh, I can command creature on target for 30 seconds or something. That's insane. But anyways, and I can beguile target. Yeah, I can just beguile like a boss fight. I can just beguile the boss if he's killing me. I just turn him off for a second while I heal and think and rest. I could probably even rest to full, really. Dispel Other. We're gonna replace you as my my offense spell. Yeah, we're gonna Dispel Other. It costs 43 mana, which is a lot, but yeah. But it probably owns mages. It totally takes their shield off, so I can just punch them in the face and waste them in one hit. It's probably one of the stronger spells in the game, I guarantee it. Because they always have shield. They almost always have shield if they're confident at all. If they have any mage skills, they have shield, and I see it sometimes on them. I'm like, you have shield, don't you? And all the time you can't do anything about it, but Dispel Other does. It just completely removes it. So when you sock them, it's like punching a normal human being. They fucking get wasted. Because you're like this, Rocky dude. You're like Rocky Balboa. When you punch, they go down like Mike Tyson and shit. So when you take their shield, their crappy mage shields down. I love mage and I'm playing mage, but their fucking mage shields are so annoying. And the mobs get much more benefit. Like when they cast a 10% like damage shield, it's probably more like 70% or something. It's such a strong spell. So if you just remove it completely, they have like no defense at all. Most creatures, like that thing, that Minotaur went down like he was nothing, bitch. You understand? Nothing. He was like nothing. Look, I'm in the wrong place. This is Fort Magia. I don't care. Dispel Other. Fuck this fucking mage. Fuck him up. See, look, this bitch will go down. Without his little defensive spells, he'll just get wasted. Look, it's a Nether Lich. It doesn't matter. Without the defensive spell, look, without the defensive spell, he just goes down. Fuck this skeleton champion. Without the defensive spell, you're just gonna go down, bitch, when I fucking melee you to death. Yeah, what are you gonna do? You don't have shield anymore. Fuck you. Kill the champion. Go, go. Fuck these guys. I don't care how nasty you are. I've always been stronger than you. Fuck you. Take it off him. Ah. Fuck this guy. It's like Indiana Jones. I'm gonna pull out my bow here. Fuck this guy. I'll just kill his ass. Fuck this. Headshot, bitch. What are you gonna do? You don't have a shield. It's just gonna fuck you up. They sit there with a perma shield, because I swear to God, most of the time they have like perma shield for some reason. If you remove it, they just go down like bitches. And I'm learning how powerful Dispel Other actually is. I'm gonna use it in games like Skyrim. Go find Dispel Other or whatever. I don't really like Skyrim that much, you know, compared to this game. This game feels a lot more like a Bethesda game to me. So does Morrowind. Skyrim's good and it's the best one, but it's also got issues. Like him. Dispel Other. Fuck you, asshole. Dispel Other. Did I miss him? He, like, duplicated. Fucking dick. I'm gonna sock them to death. I have blunt damage. Fuck you, asshole. Fuck your skeleton homie. Fuck this skeleton champion.
Autopilot jumping.
You see the arrow sticking out of his skull? Not anymore.
Drive active.
Ooh, you had a nice claymore. Oh, I'm all heavy now, though. Damn it. 566 out of 45. Drop the iron boots or whatever. Does that do it? No. Drop the mithril greaves. Does that do it? No. Drop the elven boots. Yeah, no, that doesn't do it, does it? Drop the mithril boots. We'll come back and we'll just pick it all back up again. Fuck it. Gotta go sell. Gotta go to the alien well. Was this out? No, this was the first door in or whatever. I don't remember. It's a good game when you don't have the music on. No, you can't just run. No. I missed him, that son of a bitch. I can run fast too. Fuck you. There you are. Fuck. So annoying. Alright, let's go sell. We're in the wrong place. I'm supposed to be doing Wellspring Cave, but I came to Fort Magia instead. So let's go into the Imperial Market District and sell to the vendor. Oh good, we're arriving. Let's buy stuff at 6:20, or at 8 o'clock, I mean.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
You're still open, huh? It's kind of late, but okay.
Well met. Can I interest you in some of my fine wares?
Yes. Oh yeah, what happened to that shield that gives me shield all the time? Oh, shield individual. There it is. That's worth 104. Just sell it.
That's a good deal. You got a great deal. A fine transaction.
I don't think I value this, and it's not worth anything either, so just keep it. Damn, I have a lot of that stuff. Got to dump a lot of that stuff. Still got a lot of weight. Ebony bows. Good. We'll sell the one that's got less. Battle Axe of Voltage with Soul Trap, which would be good, but I don't care. I'd rather just use the old Staff of Light, which was no good. I want the recovery money. Glass Long Sword. Yeah, the Staff of Storms. I keep forgetting that I had that and I need to use it. Dwarven Claymore, Silver Dagger, Arrow Flames, Iron Bow, Iron Short Sword, Elven Arrows, Dwarven Arrows, Steel Arrows, Iron Arrows, and then if I dump all of the alchemy, I should be alright, I think. Yep, and all the Grand Soul Gems. Yep, no problem. Oh, let's just use the money to repair. Who the fuck cares? Yeah, I really don't care. Just fix it all. 100 gold. Fine by me. Easier if you do it than me. It's less time or whatever. I think I want to dump everything in my fucking inventory and be very selective about what I pull back out again. Everything, right? I want to dump everything. Yep. Yep. We're going to dump everything. It's fucking annoying, but I will. Oh, no. Well, this Mage Tallow Candles box, that I want to keep with me. No, I don't want to dump everything. I just want to dump this. Or whatever. This stuff below this. Keep thinking I forgot something, but I don't know what it would be. I don't know what it would be. I really don't know. I don't know. Man, I have a lot of some stuff, but I don't really have that much. I don't have that much. I have 20 Novice Mortar and Pestles and 20 Alambics. Let's just go sell all that because it's like stacked up. And we'll take the Alchemist's money. Have you gone to bed? Yes, you have. You son of a bitch. This other guy loves me so much, he doesn't even close to me. He's like, hey, what's up? I'm your gun dealer. I hang out with you all the time. I don't care what time you show up. What's up, man? What can I do for you? Right? I love relationships like that. I'm your drug dealer. I don't give a fuck what time you show up. It could be 4:45 in the morning. It doesn't matter. What's up? What can I do for you? Right? 10:27 p.m. Yeah, no, I want like half that. Yeah, there we go. And then it's 8 a.m. Let's beat this guy to the silver. Buy. Nope. No silver. So we go back to Mithril. And we buy more Mithril. Okay, we buy Mithril, Beast Maid, Mithril, Beast Coins, 47 available, 7 grand, we buy out 7 grand, and when it gets bigger, we don't buy more, we just wait. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Oh, and we're sold out. So whatever, just go back to work and just do those and hope that they go like cheaper, because I won't buy them any higher. Sorry. So What am I doing? I am going to the Guild of Craft to take her money and use it to buy potions. I have a mono potion addiction because I'm Atronach. Ugh, you moved and almost stole something.
I have that. If you good luck. Talk to Jensine.
Okay, I want you to buy all of these crappy thingies. Yeah, give me 240 gold, 240 gold, 600 gold. Yes, it is. It is more than you usually pay, huh? 1, 2. We're gonna ticket 1, 2 more, because you know you love me. And then I just gave you like 50 fucking alchemist tools or whatever. I should sell all these Walcon stones for like 600 gil, but I won't. But anyways. We came here to buy your monopots. Sort by gold. I'll buy everything that you've got that's cheap. Yep, everything you've got. Sooner or later, I'm gonna make pots, but until then, we just keep stacking fucking ingredients till I have 100 of each or whatever. I just sit there and I make like 100 potions of this, 100 potions of that. Here, I've entered this to the vendor for 10,000 gold or whatever. You know? Like 76, right? 76 kind of... 76 is the greatest game Bethesda's ever made. Don't get it twisted. It really is. But I'm so bored of it because I've done like everything there is to do. And like you could just keep doing this there more. I suppose it feels better to do it there because it's online and it'll be there for 20 years or something. I don't know. It's also sort of like the same content over and over and over again though. Yep, we want your weak potions of sorcery always. Yep, 640 gold. Yep, doesn't even chunk the fucking thing. You've got potions of respites, but I don't care about potions of respite. We're coming back and we're looking for more potions of healing. I mean, I really don't need those. I barely use them. It's all your mana. Yep, all your mana stuff that I want. Yep, anything mana. Anything mana at all. Anything warmth? What, oh, resist frost. No, not warmth. Yep. And that's good. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it was good. Yep. And if we keep buying mana pots to replace the ones that we use, we'll be okay. If we don't, I mean, right now I could pull out like anything plentiful that gives restore mana or restore magicka. But I don't feel like I need to do that. I really don't. I don't want to do that one dungeon I was doing, but there was a lot of loot on the ground there, and I do have a lot of money. Let's go buy stuff from the vendor, like spells, like buy a spell from the vendor or whatever, and cash her out.
Hello. Hello.
Hi. Do you love me? I've spent tens of thousands of gold here. I bet you do. 2320 for the Frostcrag Alchemy Lab. Let's go do that. Let's go visit the Frostcrag. I haven't been there in a while. And we'll take the bedroom area too. Yeah.
Pleasure to serve.
No problem. You can serve me some more. Get down. Now, Frostcrag Spire, take me there. Cool. Okay, so we produce lots more Mythril Beast coins. I also need to continue to mail off things from that other alt and produce another hardcore character. The Giral Mountains. I like the Invisicloak or whatever it's called, the Chameleon Cloak. It's sweet. It looks awesome. Nobody knows I'm here. Okay, so how do we use these box mage tello thingies or whatever? Frostcrag Spire Vault. Living area. Yeah, I did the living area, didn't I? So now I go and use that mage tello box or whatever the fuck it is, because this place looks all crappy or whatever. Oh yeah, all this stuff. Yeah, nice, yeah. Give me all this. Oh yeah, I forgot how good this place is for fucking alchemy. Yeah, really good. Look at this. I don't really care about all of it, but it's just more loot, more loot. I mean, this game is good for loot like that. You can play it forever and just get like all the achieves. Just keep playing your fucking playthrough. There's always more to fucking do. These games were so good. Where's the Nurmroot? You're loud. Why does the Nurmroot get... Oh. Ah, sure. There's so much fucking alchemy ingredients here. I picked it clean. I forgot about this place, but yeah, you definitely do get some nice alchemy stuff here. It does stack up. I suppose I don't really need to live at the town anymore, but it's nice to just dump in the box, go to the vendor, dump in the box, go to the vendor, and just keep it really simplistic. Doesn't really eat up a lot of my time. Been playing this game too much. I kind of want to play some Starfield, maybe. But I mean, it just keeps going. There's more stuff to do. I wish there was some way to get mana back here. It's fucking annoying. Oh, so when I bought the box, did it just unlock this area? I think it did, because it wasn't like this before. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, and that chest is probably safe. Yeah, that's probably a safe chest, yeah. Ooh, look, yeah, ooh, look, yeah, they have the living quarters now. Sweet. I can just always, like, use these and stuff. Yeah. Oh, look, there's, like, potions up there. Every 3 days this refills, so I just get like endless like gems and stuff. I shouldn't have sold that axe. Did I sell that axe? I did. I sold that axe, and I kind of wish I hadn't done that, but I just need to enchant Soul Trap on my fucking bow. That's all. And I can just Soul Trap things. And then I can just keep running staff like all the rest of the game. There's some Nurmroot in here. I can hear it. Oh, yeah, all this blood thistle, bloodgrass or whatever. Yeah, Harada. It's all a mage war, and like, potions are how you win it. Skyrim wasn't really like... I mean, Skyrim was exactly this. It's just exactly this, really. But this is a more modern rendition of Skyrim. The combat's more fun, honestly, than Skyrim. Ooh, look at all that. Petty Soul Gem. I'll take it all. Bring it all to me. All of it. Alchemy. Nice. I knew it. I was like, give it all. Get it all. So, I don't know. We could mess with this box. We could just start dumping a whole bunch of fucking crap in here. I suppose I could just use this bed every time I wanted to come here and just like use this as an actual base. Let's see what else it does. This goes to the Spire main level. This goes to Draw Mountains. Spire main level. You can always go out and just teleport to any of the Mages Guild or whatever. It just takes you there. I was like trying to run through the town, but honestly my house does that faster, and now I'm done with the Mages Guild quest. Or whatever. I can always get to the Mage Guild that I need to train with this house really well. Spire living area. Let's turn on the music since it's kind of RP right now. Frostcrag Spire Vault, but I also did like the main thing, which was like the alchemy thing. Oh, I went to Storm. Oh, look, I can enchant. Oh, look, they gave me everything. Look, altar of spell making. Oh, mage tallow candles. Mage tallow candles. Mage tallow candles. Oh, look, you can enchant the wrist irons. That's gonna be dope. I don't have like an... Oh, but I don't have anything. Damn it. Damn it. I need Soul Trap on this bow really bad, but I don't have anything yet. What about these wrist irons? Can I do that? No, I don't have a Soul Gem. Son of a bitch. Maybe it's back in my... maybe I should start moving here. Maybe I should move here. And although I need a... no, I need like a bag... I need a bag near a vendor. And that's it. That bag I have is it. It's not here. I don't think anyways. So it's good to know this is here. And I don't have the frost salts right now because they're probably all down at my house. And I suppose if there was a box here, I would move in here, but there's not a box right there. So I don't really want to. So this goes to the living area. We can always sleep there, but I don't have a level. This goes to the Spire Vault, but I haven't bought anything for that yet. I did the living quarters and that. I need a mage tallow candle for the enchanting thing, but we need more money for that. My weight is down. I have a whole bunch of gear at that other place. This vault, I don't think I bought yet. I don't think I bought the item for it yet. But anyways, oh, yep, I want to do a distribution. Go to Nay with a large crate of garbage. Okay, undock. It's annoying because I don't have any soul gems and I should have kept that soul gem axe, but I don't have any skills in axe, so I need like soul gems with souls in them. I need soul trap. I need to go out hunting soul traps. I've now found a total of 10 nerve root. I should return to Sindarian Skingrass so you can create an elixir of exploration for me. Do I really have like 10 nerve root? Oh no, I should go to the Skin Grab Mages Guild. Okay, so I go upstairs to the living area and I pop out to the mountains and then I go to the Skingrad Mages Guild. Oh no, this wasn't it? No, this wasn't it. Wait, why? Oh. Wasn't there like a way to go out there? Wasn't there like a way out there? Ah, the door from the living quarters. There it is. Skingrad.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Like, what the hell?
Good evening.
Hi. Do you sell anything?
Always keep your left balance to business.
Approaching Stargate.
Be seeing you. It's my pleasure. Well, take care.
Well met.
Autopilot jumping.
Welcome back. How goes the search? If you need to...
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you. I let that... There's you. You bought the cats. I wouldn't. You're a fine... A fine... Pleasure. You drive a hard bargain.
approaching Stargate.
Pleasure to see you. Be careful and shade leaf cups. You can tell me what else resides there besides that. How go... If you need to know... Be careful and shade... 8 leaf cups. No telling. How goes this... The elixir of exploration. The form you bring. The best place for good luck.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
How goes this? The elixir of exploration is the formula describes many magnitudes of the... You bring me 10 samples of Nernwood, and the best place for you to start would be Shade Good Luck.
Approaching Stargate.
Hello.
What is it now?
What's new with you?
I saw some mud crabs by the water recently. I steered clear of them.
I can't stand the sight of those creatures.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
What's your story?
Shut up, you. Oh, Mithril got expensive, damn it. Now we go farming. Do I have enough sheep? Yeah, I have enough sheep, yeah.
Greetings.
What is it now?
Greetings.
How are you?
Set jumping.
Hi there.
Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
Gonna get another beer. I'll be right back. Oh my god, I have to be up at 7 in the morning. Yeah, I'm gonna have another beer. I better set the clock now, I'm gonna forget. I have to be up at... Oh, I forgot the car key. I've got to be right back, guys. I'm sorry, I've got to go snag the car key, but I'm not gonna be long. I'll be right back.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
God, I love my job. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, I forgot to get a beer. I'll be right back. I love beer. The hell was that? Oh, I'm like I didn't die. Necromancer. Oh, God. Ugh. Gold sold. Maybe let's just go do gold. Okay, I'm going to bomb out here, and this has been enough Oblivion Remaster. I'm going to change it up to Starfield and switch games. Twitch, Oblivion Remaster. I'm going to go to Starfield. Not Starfield, but just chatting. Just chatting. Done. And you can go to, oh, you're unlisted, which is cute. Okay, well then, cute. I'm so sick of your public battle. It's so annoying. Final Fantasy 11 XI. Let me go, save. Okay, so now, I will, buy more gold? Yeah, I think I will buy more gold. Gold Beast coins for 2101, which puts it at 8404. Large crates of garbage. Complete. 21.1. Which puts it at like 84.5. It's still an okay profit. 21.1. 20. 21. Yep. 21. 21. Okay, let's go to Starfield. Oops. $21. Nope. Wow, it completely erased my mod list. Oh no, what happened? Oh no, there it is. So turn death off. I like the death mod, but it's too much of a hassle. I'll just play the game on extreme. It's fun. Deaths are fun.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled. No waypoint set. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Look at the color of that beer. It's wonderful.
Approaching Stargate.
Okay, there's my character. Let's go back out to the main menu. I like it. It's too much hassle, but I like it. It really makes the game a lot better for me. So I'm going to keep it running. Because it is achievement friendly. So T to load order, down to death, and turn death on.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Gotta remember to hit the minus sign.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Okay, I'm playing in death. Very good, okay.
Autopilot jumping.
They gave me the modified coachman. It sucks though. I mean it doesn't suck, but it's not as good as the lawgiver. This shotgun's good. It's got 7 rounds. What the hell is that down there? Oh yeah, I slept until 5 a.m. local time.
Approaching station. Permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint changed.
Oh, I didn't get Signet. Damn it.
did what I asked. Follow me.
Welcome to the road.
We are headquartered in the upper floors of the rock. We also have remote stations throughout the starcraft space. Helps us to identify and respond to threats from us. Well, that's great at all. The opposite.
If you're looking for the Rangers, check
the upper levels will respect us and our cooperate. This job, for eyes, ears, and wits are every bit as important as your badge and your side. Marshall. Seems capable enough. We could use the help.
All right, then. Let me have a word.
Excuse me. Be safe out there. Got some business with the Rangers. Excuse me. Be safe out there.
I've got just. Do you pledge? Good. Here. I'm assigning. Welcome aboard.
Wish we could throw you. We got word from her. She says so. Well, that being said, grab anything.
Pay attention to what Ranger Wilcox tells you.
He's right, but everyone gets to say that.
Hold it right there. Smart move.
Okay, let's all just take a break. We all want to protect people from it. Hashtag.
Hey, deputy.
What I've got's better than any swill mill surgery.
You should try Philburn's beer. It's pretty good. It ain't bad.
at your service. Well, aren't you I gotta ask. Very noble. Just so you know, seems to me your word. That's the hope, Mom. Shalevka. I wish you good luck.
I love this Cowboy Bebop shit. I don't think Starfield got the reception that it should have got. I think it should have gotten like a 9 to 10, and I think that's where it is now. But it should have got that at launch too, because it was that good. Are we like going to this thing? Are you moving right now? You are moving. No, the planet's moving. We're not moving. So I guess I go dock with it. Oh no, is it gonna hit it? Oops. Oops. I hope they aren't mad at me. I didn't mean to shoot them.
Sooner we get to Monteraluna, the better. A farmer asked us for help. We're gonna pay her a visit. We're going to a farm on Monteraluna. That's nothing much, really. Maybe. See you.
Her eyes looked weird. Well, anyways. So I think I have an extra companion right now, which is fine. Oh, I need to set the alarm, right? So my appointment tomorrow is at 7 a.m. I want to be in bed by 12. 7 a.m. Gonna get up at 6 a.m., 6:10 a.m. There's my clock. Okay, we're doing hardcore, so I gotta take it seriously. I screwed up and killed the victim by mistake, and I'm going to reload. Oops. I think I screwed up and killed the victim here. I didn't mean to. Oh, right. Yeah, the creation thing. Yep. I didn't die, I just reloaded because I accidentally fired on a fucking friendly again. Piece of shit developer. now? Like, did you load the wrong fucking save or what, dude? I'm so far beyond this. What happened here? Because it considers a reload death, it puts you back to where you were when you started. Oh my god, it's so annoying. What do you mean enemies are nearby? There is no enemies nearby. What are you talking about? There's no enemies nearby. What are we talking about? There's nothing here. What are you talking about? What do you mean there are no enemies nearby? Where's my other saves? Fine. Piece of shit. Fine. Can I at least go back to my ship now? Can we go back to my ship now, please? Fucking annoying. Why am I doing this all over again? Because I reloaded after I shot the wrong ship? So stupid.
Oh, you're back. Good. You did what I asked. Follow me. We got a lot of bars in the city, all class joints. We're headquartered in the upper floors of the rock, but we also have remote stations throughout Freestar Collective space. Helps us to identify and respond to threats more quickly. There are less than a dozen rangers in all. We operate resources. Thankfully, most people respect us and are willing to cooperate. This job, your eyes, ears, and wits are every bit as important as your manager and your sidearms.
You got guts. Doubt about that.
Marshall,
Come on. I came in here because you're satisfied that our new recruit can handle the job.
seems capable enough that we could use the help.
All right. Step forward, recruit. Let me have a word with you. Appreciate you sitting up with me. I've got just. Do you play? Good. Here. I'm assigning. Welcome aboard.
Wish we could throw you. We got word from her. She said so. Well, that being said, grab anything.
Developers get in the way constantly. It's so annoying. The developers steal so much more time than the mobs. It's so weird. I really dislike the developers now. I think most of them actually are scummy fucking shitheads. Way worse than the gamers. I think the gamers have more character than them. Ah, you went out the wrong fucking door. See, the developer wastes your time all the time. Ugh. Please move, please move.
If you're looking for the Rangers, check the upper levels or the canteen.
Welcome to the rock.
Get the fuck off it.
A lot of famous people.
Aren't you a kid? Yes. Very noble. Just so you know, seems to me your word. That's the hope of Shalevka. I wish you good luck.
Feel for the folk on the stretch.